Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts as we forgive our debtors. Forgive our debtors as we forgive our debts. Forgive us our trespasses as we forgive our trespassors. Forgive our trespassers as we forgive our trespasses. Lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom and the power and the glory forever. Amen. Jesus, in your name I pray for forgiveness. Please forgive me for my mistakes. Please forgive me for all the wrong things that I've done. And I pray that we're reunited as soon as possible at the right time and everything goes well and we're good. Please reunite us. Thank you. Check, 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 check. Check, check, check. All right. Oh. All right, thank you, God. Thank you, Mother Earth. Thank you, Universe. Thank you, Mighty I Am Presence. Thank you, Great Divine Spirit Team. Thank you, Subconscious Mind. Thank you, Great White Brotherhood of the highest vibrational frequency and consciousness who love and support me unconditionally. Thank you, God, for this blessed, holy, and sacred day. Thank you, God, for my life. I call on Master Ganesha, the remover of obstacles, to remove all forms of tiredness from my body and my nervous system now. Please, Master Ganesha, I have to get back to doing the same thing at the same time every single day so I can be in a very good state, and I just ask for your help to clear whatever is blocking me from doing that. And so it is. Thank you. Om Gam Ganapataye Namaha. 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 Om Gam Ganapataye Namaho Namaha. All right, thank you, God. Thank you, Mother Earth. Thank you, Universe. Thank you, Mighty I Am Presence. Thank you, Great Divine Spirit Team. Thank you, Subconscious Mind. Thank you, Great White Brotherhood of the highest vibrational frequency and consciousness who love and support us unconditionally. I call on my intention for the Shanti mantra is to anchor in peace. I choose to live this every day of my life from peace. And I pray for peace, and I pray that I broadcast a powerful message of peace. May there be a lot of peace. May there be a lot of peace, a lot of peace. May there be so much peace. Thank you. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti, 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 Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti, 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 Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti, 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 Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Fuck. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. I had a weird dream. I had a very unusual dream last night. I had a very weird dream last night, and I hope that you can help me analyze and interpret what it means. Colon, new line, new line. Colon, new line. So when I type in my name on YouTube, I see sometimes like soccer stuff, like soccer shorts, because that just shows up in the search results. But I see my name usually at the top of the page. And last night I had a dream where I was in a cafe restaurant, and to my right was like this really glass window, and I could see like the ocean or something like this, and I could see this little tiny small island. Period. I was with someone, and they were saying something about Cristiano Ronaldo and how Cristiano Ronaldo trains over there at that island, and the island was called or something like this. Period. And the weird thing was that at some point in the dream, the restaurant started to get like loud because Cristiano Ronaldo was there, or like they said that he was there or something like this. And the person that I was talking to was like, oh, his presence, his aura is very powerful. You can feel it, or something like this. And I was somehow like looking against the wall of the cafe restaurant or something. And I saw all of this guy's like Cristiano Ronaldo's like medals. Period. I don't know if that makes sense, but basically I saw like this, like how when you win like the Olympic gold or whatever, like I saw that, and I saw like a whole bunch of these medals, period. And then I turn around, and Cristiano Ronaldo was sitting like right behind me. And the thing is that Cristiano Ronaldo was like looking not at me, but he was sitting right behind me, and he had like a camera in his hand. I have no idea what that dream means. Period. What can you tell me what this dream means? I don't know. It was a weird ass dream that I had last night. It was a weird dream that I had last night, you know? I don't know how to make sense of the dream. But this is what. Dream interpretation. I pay attention to a few things. Isn't Christian? It's the fact that he was sitting right behind you. If this were my dream, I would ask, why wasn't I chasing him? Why wasn't I asking for an autograph? Why was he already sitting behind me? That changes the meaning. Most celebrity dreams are about pursuit. This one sounds more like proximity. The energy of achievement was already present. Cristiano Ronaldo as a symbol. Whether you like football or not, Ronaldo often represents extreme discipline, consistency, mastery, influence, long-term commitment, relentless work ethic. Okay, fine. Your subconscious could have chosen many celebrities. It chose Ronaldo. Yeah, that's weird. Because I know who Cristiano Ronaldo is. I think a lot of people do. But I'm not like, like I Show Speed is a mega fan of Cristiano Ronaldo. I'm not like that, but I much respect to the guy for sure, because he's got to be doing something to get to that level, Your subconscious could have chosen many celebrities. It chose Ronaldo. Why? Because your mind may associate him with this is what decades of discipline and repetition looks like, which is highly relevant to your live stream streak. Trading OS, buildinglifepurpose.com, the medals. This is interesting. You didn't see Ronaldo scoring goals. You saw the medals, the results, the evidence, the accumulated proof. Your subconscious may be highlighting. Everybody sees the celebrity. Few people see the thousands of repetitions that created the medals. That sounds very close to where you are right now. You were laying bricks. The medals don't exist yet. The restaurant cafe. Dreams often use restaurants as places of social interaction, observation, reflection, watching life unfold. You weren't on the island. You were observing from a distance, almost like I can see the destination, but you're not there yet, the island. This is perhaps the most important symbol. Islands of isolation, focus, special place, training ground, separation from noise. You mentioned they say Ronaldo trains there. That immediately makes me think there is a place where greatness is forged away from crowd. For you, that could symbolize your deep work. The years of preparation. Nobody sees. The ocean represents the unconscious, the potential, the unknown future. And in the middle of that ocean sits a small island where mastery is cultivated. Oh, that's interesting. That's a powerful image. The aura. The person says, You can feel his presence. Notice they didn't see you can see his money. You can see his fame. You said you can feel his presence. This is interesting because you spent a lot of time talking about states, emotional regulation, presence, Gabriel 2.0. The dream may not be pointing towards something beyond achievement, not become famous, but become the kind of person whose presence changes a room. The camera, this may be the most direct symbol. Ronaldo was holding a camera. Yeah, Cristiano Ronaldo was holding a camera. You're currently live streaming, building a personal brand, creating content, documenting your journey. The camera immediately connects to that. One interpretation, your subconscious is linking mastery, influence, documentation into a single symbol. Overall interpretation. If I compress the entire dream into one sentence, continue building your island of discipline practice, because the qualities you admire and great achievers are being cultivated through the work you are already doing, and part of your path involves documenting that journey. What stands out most to me is that Ronaldo wasn't on stage. He wasn't giving a speech. He wasn't even talking to you. He was simply there, present, decorated with years of achievement, holding a camera. Yeah, whatever. All right, let's work out. Check. Start a calisthenics workout. Let's go. It's a lot of work, bro. Gotta keep working. Shit. Fuck. Come on. Last 20. Come on, last 20, last 20, last 20. It's a bit tougher today. Gotta sleep. Let's keep working. Five, four, three, two, one. Here's the receipt. Oh, yabba dabba doo. Ah, fuck. All right, let's get into state. Let's go. Let's do it. 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 Yes. Yes, I can. 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 Here, get the work. Put the work in. Put the work in. No. Let's go. Keep working. Yes, I can. 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 Come on. Come on. Whew. Yeah. Thank you, God, for today. Thank you, God, for today. Thank you, God, for my life. Yes, I can. 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 Come on, come on. Jam is here. Clap it up. Clap it up, clap it up, clap it up, clap it up. Clap it up, clap it up, clap it up. All right, thank you, God. Thank you, Mother Earth. Thank you, Universe. Thank you, Mighty I Am Presence. Thank you, Great Divine Spirit Team. Thank you, Subconscious Mind. Thank you, Great White Brotherhood of the highest vibrational frequency and consciousness, who love and support us unconditionally. God, Jesus, in your name I pray. For a peaceful day, for every heart and mind across the universe. May there be so much peace in everyone's heart, mind, and soul. May there be great peace in everyone's heart, mind, and soul. And so it is. And so it is, and so it is, and so it is. Thank you. adjust your camera. No, you have to adjust your camera.
I know, but I also gotta see the screen.
No, you don't have to see the screen right now. But whatever. There you go. Good. That's good. Right there's good. Okay, let's get you set up here.
Let me get the glasses.
Yeah. Okay, ready? Okay. We're live whenever you're ready.
Good morning. Let's start with our coherent resonance field meditation, closing our eyes and breathing into our heart. Going now deeper into the feet and breathing into the feet. Visualizing from the feet and from our root, golden roots now growing down into the earth, growing deep and wide, until they reach the core of the golden earth, wrapping around the golden 0 point of the earth, and thanking Mother Earth for grounding us, balancing us, stabilizing us, and charging and filling us with life force energy of the highest New Earth timeline. Seeing the light of the core of the earth now traveling up our roots, reaching our physical body, nourishing and nurturing us. Strengthening our heart, our coherent field. Our heart-brain coherence. And see that light specifically reaching all the way up into your heart and into your brain and lightening it up. Now as we are grounded, we're going to grow high, and we're opening the channel from the crown, from the top of our head, visualizing golden pillars of light, roots of light from our crown, going all the way up to the sun, and from the sun even higher to the great sun, the great central sun, Divine Mother, Divine Father, Source, God, all that is, reaching into the highest source light. And seeing everything just become an ocean of light in, through, and around us. Thanking the divine light from above to fill our physical vessel, drawing it down with our breath, of our inhale into our physical body, lightening up every cell in our body, our brain, our heart. And now having the light from the earth and from the heavens simultaneously fill our physical body, collecting in the heart field, building in the heart field. And when we exhale, we expand it out into our field, into our auric field, as wide as possible, seeing that light from our heart shooting down like laser beams, northeast, southwest, and growing and expanding that coherent field in, through, and around us, becoming stronger and more solid and more light, just pure golden white light in, through, and around us, growing like a big, massive golden sphere, like a sun in, through, and around us. Claiming our field as holy, whole, sovereign, powerful, golden, wholly whole, wholly healed, and impenetrable to all illusions, impenetrable to any and all energies that don't serve our greatest and highest good. And so it is, and we're taking another deep breath in. To seal it all. And when you're ready, you can open your eyes again, being fully present here and now, ready for our live stream. Thank you.
All right. Are we ready to put in some work today?
Yes.
Good. Give me 1 second.
Did you sleep okay?
You? Any dreams?
Yeah, I dreamed a lot about people from my past. Why didn't you sleep?
after the hot bath, I think I was too overheated. And also, I was watching something because I had an idea for content.
Okay. You watched that late?
Blue light. It's my fault. Okay. Let's pick up where we left off last time.
Yes.
So, to showcase this, here's where we left off. Last week. Oh, it's too much. Okay, here we go. This is where we left off. So, we already created the scripts for
Sorry, before you start, is it possible
your microphone.
Yeah, it doesn't need to be necessarily recorded. Is it possible to lower the lighting a little bit?
For you?
Or is it gonna...
Because what's gonna happen is you're not gonna get the same clarity. I can lower yours like that, but you're not gonna get the same clarity. So I do that for you. Do that for me.
Does that work for you?
I mean, hey, remember, low lighting on a high aperture camera is going to mean you have poor quality image. When you're creating these pieces of content, you want the highest quality image and the highest quality sound. So for right now, if that's how you need it, fine. But when you actually record the A-roll, you need bright.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Now, moving on. From last week, here's where we left off here. We already created the scripts in bulk. We already created the thumbnails in bulk. And now what we have to do is we have to record the A-roll. Okay? So this is the job today. Today, we're going to record the A-roll for this batch, this initial batch of content. We have, I think, 10 pieces. And what we're going to do is we're going to record the first 10 in batch. And we're going to schedule it out once per week. Okay? Now, just to make this very, very clear. Okay? Right now, as we speak, very likely the YouTube algorithms are changing once again. Okay? And here's why I say this. If we go over here to YouTube, just a few weeks ago, you see, and they changed it back. They changed it back now. Just a few weeks ago, it was that this was a whole bunch of long forms. This was a whole bunch of long forms here on this page, on the home page. Now, once again, it seems like this is now favoring, once again, favoring shorts. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
So why is this important? This is important because as you can see, we have a whole bunch of different content creators. A whole bunch of different content creators. Okay? Our job, as we've already talked about, is once again, if someone only has a few minutes to watch content and they want to watch their favorite creators or whatever, what are they going to do? They are going to stick to those favorite content creators. So in order to basically get through all of this noise, we have to make sure that we have a very clean signal for whoever it is that we're targeting our message for. And if you just look, it's just endless. how many pieces of content there are. It's just completely endless. So having said that, when it comes to the life purpose of, okay, if this is your content right now, if this is where you are right now, you need to have a very clean signal, okay? As I just mentioned before, if you go to the YouTube homepage, as soon as you go to the YouTube homepage, what winds up happening is you have just 2 long form videos, and then you have a whole bunch of shorts that show up.
Yeah.
So what does that mean? What do you think that means?
It means that shorts are becoming more popular.
Exactly. That's just that simple. Okay? So to expect people to join your live stream when no one has that familiarity with you is not necessarily realistic. You need to build up the audience. You need to build up the trust, okay? And the way that this works is the following. If I could really summarize it the best way possible, okay? We have the YT algorithm that pushes content to a specific group of people, okay? Let's say whenever a new channel or a small channel produces content, YouTube, before it sends it out to its mass audience of people, what it does is it sends it out to a test group on what's most relevant to that group. Depending on how the audience, this initial audience, interacts with that piece of content, it then starts to open it up to more people, okay?
Mm-hmm.
So think about it as like going from step 1 to step 2, where you now have like an ocean of people, right? You got like so many more people, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So our job here, whenever we're creating content, is for the channel. Okay? We've already talked about this. Lifepurpose.com. We want to have clean signals. We have clean signals in the form of a playlist. We bring the viewer down to the next video, and we continue this process over and over and over and over and over again. Okay? That's long form. Okay? This is long form content right here. Long form content sits inside of a playlist. Okay? Long form content sits inside of a playlist. The playlist is basically what someone can binge watch. It's like a Netflix series. Okay? That's the idea. Now, here's the thing about the different types of content. And we're going to make sure that we really hammer this home and why this is important. Okay? As of right now, the way that everything is working with TV and media and etc., obviously everyone's taking this approach of being their own media company that's actually doing it this at a high level. And there's only a handful of people that are doing this at a high level. You get what I'm saying? There's only, yes, there may be documented 60 million creators or whatever. Yes, there may be all these different accounts for social media. But there's a difference between you do this for a while and then you quit and you give up, versus you do this and you do this until you get your ROI, your return on investment. Okay. And in order for us to do this, we can't go away for a period of time. We have to, unfortunately, keep going. You have to keep going, which means you need a system. Okay. You need a system, and you need to be emotionally comfortable being on camera and doing this. Otherwise, you might as well just quit. Might as well quit, sell it, let it all go now, and that's it, and just quit. There is no, oh, let's go back in 2 years, because then you lost, and then all this time was wasted once again, right? All this time was wasted once again. So if we're going to do this, we're going to do this professionally, okay? Because that's the only way that I can see this. And we have to understand how this works. So we said that the playlist holds the long form. The long form is for trust / demonstrating authority, right? You kind of demonstrate that you know what you're doing. However, now in the AI era, this is becoming more questionable, okay? This is becoming more questionable, especially if you don't have like skills or you're like a nobody and etc. Like you have to really understand where you are in this landscape. The live stream is for community, right? So it's where people get to interact with you, right? It's for interaction based purposes, or it's for you to like show and demonstrate that you know what you're talking about and you know what you're doing. Okay. So expect when you do live streams, like questions and answering questions and helping people, like a hot seat thing. Okay. That's exactly what the whole purpose of the hot seat stuff is for. The shorts are for discovery. Okay. Now, by my assumptions are as follows. If we think about content as a top of funnel, right? We understand from our side, how we see it, but we have to understand it from YouTube side, right? YouTube top of funnel for discovery is going to be shorts. Okay? Shorts. Next would be long form. Okay? After that, very few would be for like live stream. And then after that would be like for your website offer. Okay? So if we think about this, people are first going to consume your content on the shorts, on their mobile phone. Okay? They're going to consume you first here. Okay? They're, especially now, if we look at the way this works here, it's very likely that people are not going to find you here, especially when we see all of this. Okay? So we have shorts here. Long form is here. Okay? Long form lives here. This is the next step down. Okay? Then live stream is here. And this would be basically like you demonstrating or you connecting with the community. This is the website. This is the offer. And then eventually this is where we go to the life purpose community group, whatever container thing that you want to do. Okay. So this is why we have to create content at in these different formats, if that makes sense. We need to create a whole bunch of shorts. We need to create long form. We need to create live streams. Now, here is the thing. The era of just posting for us is now done. I've already said this. We're no longer in just post. The whole period of just posting was to get comfortable on camera, get comfortable like figuring out your thing and just warm up again, basically. Now we're in the era of targeting. Okay, so we already finished this era right here. Now we're here. Okay, we have to target. The way that we target is we target for specific keywords. This is why we did the work that we did before, which is life purpose, right? What we're doing right now is we've already established a playlist. Okay, we've already established that we have a playlist. We're already creating the long form content. Okay. And now for today, what we have to do is we have to create all this long form content, because what's going to happen is after we create the long form content, what we're going to do is we're going to take the transcripts and we're going to basically tell ChatGPT to give us infinite remixes of that content, of the long form content in many different content formats. We're going to sound like broken records doing the same thing over and over and over and over and over again. But similar to how we know from Max, okay, what did he do? He created different pieces of the same content. He created the same content of him and his wife. But why is it that one got like 10,000 views and the other got like 20 something million views? Okay. It's the same piece of content, but what's the difference? The difference is in the hooks. The difference is in the text overlays, what's on the screen, the music in the background. That's the difference. So expect that we take, let's say we're going to work on the life purpose of a shaman today, right? And we're going to work on the whole batch of 10 videos, right? What we're going to do is for every single video, we're probably going to generate 100 shorts each.
Oh,
in different formats. Like we're gonna have we can have skits of a shaman. We can have, just talking about a shaman. We can have every single thing possible in different content formats, talking on the camera like this. Anything imaginable that you can imagine for creating content. We're going to probably ask questions. We're going to have questions. Anything that you could think of, we're going to create multiple variations per long form video, because what we're going to do is YouTube Shorts has a feature. Okay. As I mentioned before, the shorts have a feature. So let's make this very, very clear and obvious. I want to upload a piece of content here just to show you. Okay. So if I'm going to post up this short, okay, this is just a test. There's a certain feature here called video elements. Okay. Video elements. When you upload a piece of content, you have the ability to do video elements. And when you upload a piece of content, you have the ability to do what's called add a related video. Okay. When you add a related video, what you're going to do is you're going to connect it to the original video that you're creating that content for. The life purpose of a shaman in this case, because it's connected to that video. Okay. And then you upload it. Okay. Right now we're going to set this to private just to show you, because that's the idea. So if I go to the shorts, here's what I'll see.
This message is for people building a...
And over here, there's a feature where I can see this video right here. So I'll get connected back to the original suggested video. I think I have to upload it, fully make it public in order to be able to show you this. But basically, that's what we're going to do. We're going to have to make sure that we connect every single short to the original long form piece of content. Okay? Mm-hmm. Connecting every single short to the original long form piece of content.
And that's going to do what again, exactly?
Okay, pay very close attention. What did I just say here? I said top of the funnel. Shorts are discovery. Shorts are discovery. Meaning, people are not going to find you anymore by long forms. It's going to be much harder for people to find you by long form content. It's going to be much harder for people to even join you on a live stream unless you have that audience base. So what do you think you need to do in order to build your channel to get traffic to your website? What did I say? You need to create a lot of shorts. What we're going to be doing, though, is a very different model. We need to think about watch time and the metrics that YouTube cares about, because remember, YouTube is a business. Again, please pay very careful attention. Write notes if you have to. Okay, YouTube is a business. They're in the ad space. Okay, they make money with lots of ads and other add-ons, but their main thing is the ad stuff. Okay, right? Think about it like TV. So why do you think a creator like a Mr. Beast has so many subscribers? Is because he creates content people want to watch. Okay? Now, he's a big channel. Okay? 455 million plus subscribers. Okay? That's Mr. Beast. We are not Mr. Beast. Okay? Not yet. Or not, I don't know if anytime soon, to be honest. But we have to think about the metrics that YouTube cares about. YouTube cares about watch time. YouTube cares and will only push content and channels that people are consuming, that people are interested in. So if your content is not something people want to watch, your channel is going to go nowhere. Why is that important for you? It's important for you because you as a channel, you as a media company, you need eyeballs. You need people watching your content constantly. Okay? If people do not watch your content, you're not going to sell your offer. It's just that simple. If you don't even put yourself out there, it doesn't even matter if you have 200 subscribers or not. Okay? If you are not putting yourself out there, people are not going to find you. So you need to create content that people can find you with. Okay? And for us, again, remember, I'm not doing this to do this for the rest of my life. I'm not going to be an operator editing videos for this and not getting paid for this for the rest of my life. I'm not doing that. Okay? I'm doing this with the intention to build a system to sell it. Okay? In order to do that, you need to have an engine to prove that you have people coming in, that you can step away from the business. You're not on a hamster wheel, and that the person that's owning the business is not the operator of the business, because that makes it very unattractive. People are not going to buy a business where they have to constantly work on it. They want a business where they don't have to work on it and is generating income. All right. So why are we doing the shorts thing? Okay. The shorts are discovery. I told you shorts are the new method of discovery. Okay. There's so many content creators now and there's so many shit content out there now, as well as good content out there, that once again, in order for you to get discovered now, it's going to be a bit more challenging. You're going to need more work. You're going to need to put in more work to get more discovery. Okay. And the type of discovery that I'm talking about is very different from how the previous coaches that you've worked with do things. I'm not doing it at that level. Okay. I'm doing it to a level where I have a team doing all these other things, because I'm not going to be doing this much longer. I told you I'm only going to guide you through this process until it's time for me to step away, and you're going to be operating a lot of things very, very soon. Okay, I'm just showing you how this all works, so you have the understanding of it. Because again, you want the lightpurpose.com, you have to show up and do the work for it. If you're not going to do the work for it, I'm not going to do the work for you. Then it's time to let it go. Okay, so now this is it. Okay, and I built this brand operating system. I showed you. Okay. Shorts are discovery. You need to get discovered. Your content needs to get discovered. Your content as long form will not get discovered so easily anymore, is what I'm saying. If you look at this, we look at the homepage layout, okay? Look at the YouTube homepage layout. There's only 3 long form videos that show up, and this changes now. So sometimes it's 3 or 4, sometimes it was 12. But either which way, there's a lot more emphasis on the shorts. Okay, there's a lot more emphasis on the shorts. Maybe that's changing once again. I don't know. But this is what I see. Okay, so if we go back to YouTube here and there, we'll see that it's different videos. Okay, YouTube is only going to show you content that you would want to watch based on your interest, based on what you search for. Okay, which means that if you're going to be discovered, you're going to have to create shorts. Okay, we've already talked about this. Our goal is to keep people on the platform as much as possible of YouTube. Why?
I get all of that.
Okay, so then why are you asking the question then?
What was my question according to your understanding?
Why are we doing the shorts? Or why are we doing it this way? Or why are we doing
No, that was not my question.
Okay, so tell me your question again.
My question was, what is the purpose of connecting the shorts on YouTube to the content, you were demonstrating?
And that's what I'm trying to get to.
Okay.
That's what I'm trying to get to. Okay. When you create a short, right, this is the phone. You have a feature over here to watch the video, to watch a specific linked video, which is here to the long form. This is the short. Okay. This is the long form. Okay. I've already told you the funnel. Okay. Shorts to the long form. We want to have the short link to the long form. Why did I tell you this? Why did I tell you about watch time? Why did I tell you about analytics? I'm trying to answer your question so that way you never ask me that question again, because I've already talked about this. The shorts are discovery. Discovery, you need discovery. You need to keep people on the platform as much as possible, because that's how you're going to signal to YouTube your content is worth watching. Okay. So if someone binge watches your videos, if someone binge watches your content, what's going to happen is YouTube is going to recommend your videos more and more and more and more. So you need to think in that way. Now, in order for you to successfully do this, you want a library of content, okay? This is the long form stuff that we talked about, okay? We want people to binge watch the content, okay? That's the whole media side of things, okay? Because what winds up happening is YouTube is tracking constantly your engagement, okay? YouTube is constantly tracking your engagement on your videos. They're tracking your likes, comments, watch time. How many people are subscribing to your videos? Are they continuously going back to your channel or not? So when we have the short must link to the long form, because that's going to signal to the YouTube algorithm, oh, this is a highly engaging channel, okay? They're not driving traffic off of the channel. They're keeping traffic onto the channel, okay? That's why our CTAs are always watched next, because our CTAs are to watch the next piece of content, the next piece of content, the next piece of content, and so on and so on and so on and so forth, okay? And that's why we have the playlist series that we have. That's why we're linking a short to a long form piece of content, because the short, again, has a fast decay curve, okay? A short, if it doesn't go, quote, viral, okay? And technically from my understanding, technically every piece of content can go viral if you have the right formula for it. And if you do the same thing over and over and over again, right? But that takes time and that takes production effort to do that. However, if you just are creating shorts constantly over and over and over and over and over again, you're still feeding the engine, okay? What you're going to do here for the short, though, is if it's not viral, if it does not meet the criteria of viral, it only has a 24 to a 48-hour shelf life, okay? It only has a 24 to a 48-hour shelf life, and you've seen this with your content. If you post content too close together, what winds up happening? The previous video stops getting the reach, and then the next video gets the reach. But if you post even like too much content at once, what winds up happening is that you get low views overall, because what winds up happening is that the algorithms flag it as spam, okay? Algorithms flag it as spam. So that means that all the effort that you put into that piece of content is now gone, okay? So your decay curve on that piece of content on that short is 24 to 48 hours, which means that you want to get people to actually watch your actual video, your long form video, okay? So we need short to the long form, okay? We need to build trust immediately. That's why we need to think in that model that we're thinking, okay? We need to think targeting. We need to think, okay, if I wanted to drive people to an offer, okay? So let's say this is the actual pyramid, right? Let's say this is an actual pyramid for us, and this was our offer, okay? This is what we want people to go to. Notice how small this is. A lot of people are not going to do this, but a lot more people are going to be here. A lot more people are going to be here. And then as we go up, it's going to get less. So in this case, it's the short, okay? But the short, we need them to go up the ladder to the long form, okay? We need them to go up the ladder to the newsletter. We need them to go up the ladder to the workshop. And then we need them to go up the ladder one more time to the offer, basically, okay? So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's 5 steps, basically, okay? And what we do, and again, just to really make sure that you understand this, okay, is we're linking a video from the long form to the short, because once again, we need people to watch the long form. Okay, that's what you're trying to go for, okay? You're trying to get people to watch your content over and over again.
So when we link the short to the long form, does the long form automatically get recommended to the viewer?
When you link the short to the long form, does the long form get? Yes, I showed you that just now.
Okay.
Because you have a feature when you upload the short that you can link a video, a long form video. I showed you that.
It gets recommended right after you watch a short.
No, okay.
Well, never mind.
So, okay, look, I already showed you this in the upload. I already showed you this. I'm not going to repeat this. But when you create a short, this is a short. Okay? This is the linked video. There is a feature when you're uploading on YouTube. Okay? I'm going to show you this one more time. Okay? Please pay close attention here. When you go to upload, when you select files and you select a piece of content, okay, I'm going to upload this piece of content. There's a feature here called video elements. Okay, do you see this?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to make sure. Okay, you can add a related video, connect another of your videos to your video.
I get that.
So what we do is we're going to click on add and we're going to click on whatever the video is that we're going to add here. Okay. Okay. And the reason why we're going to link that video, again, to just reiterate the question that you asked earlier, why are we linking videos to the short, is because we need to make sure that if someone is watching the short, because it has such a short shelf life, that we're automatically linking this video to get them to the next stage. That's our call to action. This is our call to action right here, basically. Okay? This is our call to action. Our call to action is to watch The Life Purpose of a Shaman. Why? Because I told you that long form content is not getting pushed at this stage so much. Even big creators like a Mr. Beast are having issues with getting their views seen. So there's like this video right here. Everyone is getting low views. It's not just you. Okay? Everyone's getting low views. It's not just you. So what does that tell you automatically? Long form content is not the kind of content that we want to be focusing on so much. YouTube is focusing more on the short form content. And you can see this with the videos.
I totally understand that.
Okay.
I just wanted to understand how that connection with linking the videos works for a viewer. That was all I wanted to know.
Okay. If you go to your phone, if you go to YouTube, you'll see there's some videos where they have a linked video. They have it like right here at the bottom where you can see the linked video. Okay. You don't have to worry about that right now because you're not the type of person that can see that and hear. You would have to actually visually see it.
Okay.
Okay. But just to, again, really emphasize that that's what we're going to do, because the linked video is that's going to act as the call to action to watch this long form piece of content, which means that this long form piece of content from the short, they're going to go here to the long form. Then if they watch enough and if they're satisfied, then they go to the newsletter. If they go to the newsletter, then they go to the workshop. If they go to the workshop, then they might go to the offer. And that's what you essentially want to do. It's this 5-step process right here. This is it. And this is where you can do your $9.99 a year container or $300 whatever it is a year container. Okay. That's what we're trying to do. And at that point, it's just math. It's just numbers. Okay. Because what we need to think is, if we have 10 videos, okay, if we have 10 long form videos, these 10 long form videos are housed in a playlist. Okay, for each one of these, again, this is the thing you have to really understand, because this is the thing that also for people that don't do YouTube professionally, that's where they get messed up, is they think they're going to go viral with their content or whatever, and then they post or whatever, they get their hopes up, it doesn't happen, and then they get discouraged, they quit, they burn out, etc. We're not doing that, okay? So we need to understand how the thing works and how to make this thing work appropriately. So expect that for each long form, we're going to have 100 plus shorts for each. Every single long form, each, okay? Which means we're going to create everything in bulk, the long form in bulk. We're going to create and we're going to upload it once a week, okay? Because if you look at Gary Vaynerchuk, he was posting long form every single day. Every single day he was posting long form for years. He's not doing that anymore. Why do you think that is? Let's look. He hasn't posted a piece of content in a month. Mm-hmm. The guy that was once doing Daily V, posting all of this content for years. All of this content, right? He's not doing that anymore. Now, why isn't he doing that? But meanwhile, if you go to his shorts,
my friends.
This short was posted 4 hours ago. Okay? So that's what I'm talking about here. Look at the top people in social media and look at what they're doing, and you'll find your answer, okay? If we look to Jenny Hoyos as well, she's got 11.6 million subscribers, okay? Her content, she started doing this day in the life stuff, right? But look at how the last time that she posted was what, 2 weeks ago?
13 hours.
Before this piece of content, I mean. Okay? Before this piece of content, she was posting 2 weeks ago. Okay? So the last piece of content was 2 weeks ago. But look at her shorts. For example, this was created.
This one. Your turn.
May 30th. Okay? So in the last 24 hours. Okay? I want you to see this because I had to look at this. This, she created, let's see if she did anything here today too. 10 hours ago. Okay. This is her first short of today. Okay? This was 14 hours ago. Okay? So from here, this is where I left off. From here to here. Okay? This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. That is 16 shorts. Okay? 16. Sorry. That's more than that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Okay, interesting. I think she may have deleted some or something because yesterday I counted there was like 20 something, almost 30 pieces of content.
For a day.
In one day.
Okay.
There are almost 30 shorts in one day. But look at how it's in different environments, different things. So she's also recycling these shorts as well because I know that some of these were repeated before. And for example, this Michael Jackson thing, right? This one right here. You'll see it right here, right over here. Okay. So notice that. And then over here, same thing. But look at what she did differently. She applied a comment. And now that's supposedly a completely different video from before. So she had this, still on that Michael Jackson craze. Mm-hmm. Okay. And then over here, she does the same thing, but with a comment. It's the same exact video. All right. So this is what she's doing. And once again, in terms of like the long forms, the emphasis is not on the long forms. It's very, very obvious, right? On the live streams, she's not live streaming every day. So what does this tell you? Okay. So this tells me that in order to successfully do this, just basically follow what these top creators are doing. And what these top creators are doing is that they're not emphasizing the long forms. They're emphasizing the shorts. But what we're going to be doing and what we're going to be making sure it's a habit for us is that for every single long form, we create 100+ shorts. So we create so many different variations of the shorts. Okay. We can tell stories. We can do skits. We can do anything. Okay. We could play the hang drum. We can, you know what I'm saying? Like you can do a whole bunch of stuff. You can talk about purpose. And you link the video to that. Okay. And what we do is we're going to set a schedule for the long form to go out like once every week or every 2 weeks or something like this. It may be honestly every 2 weeks, because what we're going to do here is we're going to make sure that we feed enough discovery with shorts to the long form. And then by the time the next one comes out, you got the next one to worry about, you know? So that's the process. So we want to make sure basically that we maximize now moving forward. This is now where we're going into operator mode, okay? So when I say we, you, and I'm guiding you through the process. So if you ever get lost, if you ever like, why are we doing this? You have to rewatch these live streams, because I'm not going to keep explaining this over and over again, okay? The reason why we're doing this is because if you are acting as a media company, you need endless content. You need a constant stream of content. So you need to figure out a production process that's going to be easy for you to create that content at scale. Long forms are not getting distributed the same way that shorts are. Shorts are for massive discovery. Discovery is what's going to help you get traffic to the long form. Long form is what's going to help you build trust and move people down the playlist. The playlist is the big container with all the little videos on the long forms that basically summarizes your entire channel thesis, okay? Your whole entire channel thesis and your concept is based on helping people with their life purpose, the life purpose of a shaman, the life purpose of a mystic, the life purpose of Sekhmet, the life purpose of Amun-Ra, the life purpose of whoever, Tooth Fairy, it doesn't matter. But that's what your whole thing is on, is helping people awaken, remember their purpose, right? That's what you're trying to do. You want to create an offer that you drive people to that specific piece of content. Well, how are you going to do that? You need numbers, okay? You need people that are going to watch your content. You need to create content that people want to watch. That's what it really comes down to. And in order to do that, you gotta continue to test. You gotta continue to put yourself on camera. So that's where we are with this, okay? Creating lots and lots of shorts that are related to the video that will drive traffic to the video. So we're going to, for every single long form that we create, we're going to ask for 100+ different variations and pieces of content, okay? And we're going to make sure that we do this outside. We do this inside. We do it as a skit. We do it as meditation. We do it as whatever it is possible that we can do. And it doesn't have to be 3 minutes long. A short should be like under 60 seconds. But that's the whole idea. It's simple discovery, something very quick for people to consume. And it's just literally taking one tiny micro concept of the long form and making that into a short. And we could even take the A-roll, the raw A-roll of the long form, convert that into a vertical frame. And then from there, you can clip little pieces. So that could be the first part of it. Clip the little pieces and then repeat that process over and over and over again. And then create variations, create everything that you can possibly create. Link the long form from the short. Link the long form. Have people... Again, because some people are not going to watch it. Some people will. And then you go down the funnel. Okay? Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay. So this will be the last time that I actually talk about this, because it's already now said and done.
Yeah.
And right now at this phase, this is what we're going for. We're going for targeting. Okay? So any short that we're going to create is going to be based on this. Okay? So the next step of this for today is going to be, we're going to create the long forms in bulk. You're going to record the A-roll in bulk. And we're going to try to get that first piece of content, the remake of the long the life purpose of a shaman out today. Okay. And what we're going to do is we're also going to start clipping these pieces of content, because what we're going to need to do is we're going to record long form in bulk. Okay. We're probably not going to record long form again until it's time to actually, until they're finished. And I'm thinking, honestly, we probably give it like 2 weeks per piece of long form. We're going to create massive amounts of shorts. That's why we're also going to order the green screen. Okay. So a lot of the time when we meet up from now on is going to be on creating shorts. It doesn't even matter if Regis is with us. We're going to be creating shorts with him, with us. It doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter. Just create as many shorts as you can in a non-mass produced way. As ironic as that sounds, it cannot look like it's mass produced. So we have to do different content formats. So it could be us when we're on a walk. It could be us when we're meditating. It could be us when we're eating. It could be us when we're playing with Regis. It's all these different content formats. Okay. Mm-hmm. All right. And then the same thing too, like with the Samuel Lee guide, we can generate the images from ChatGPT in the 9:16 aspect ratio, the vertical aspect ratio. We can apply the images over that, and then we can do little transitions over that. And we can just literally create infinite spinoffs. Okay. Mm-hmm. So that's what we're going to do. Is that clear? Any questions? Okay. This is the time to take a little break, because we're going to now do the recording of the A-roll. I'm going to show you how to use all the equipment. And after that, it's just going to be you recording it. Okay. Mm-hmm. All right. So let's take a break. let's get everything set up here now. All right, let's see if that's good enough here. Right. Don't need that. Okay. All right, so now what I got to do here is I'm going to go to the. So let's actually just show it. Let's go to Notion. Let's pull up the life purpose of a shaman. Okay. Right. Right. Okay. Okay. So we already have, these are all the scripts that we have. We already generated all the scripts from last time. I told you to read it because you said that, you want to read over it or whatever. Okay, fine. It's up to you whether or not you did it for everything. But again, this is just showing the process, my opinion, but I don't think anymore that being a content creator is a special thing. I think this is going to be the norm, and you're going to be expected if you want to build an online business. I think it's going to be the norm to produce a lot of content, and that's just going to be another skill in the whole thing of being in this AI age. And so creating content, unless you are like you have to be very credible now. I think that's going to be the thing. It's either going to be on the very entertaining side, and it's going to be very like, again, this is also something too that I got from Alex Hormozy. He was talking about this, and it makes sense, but I also don't agree fully with it. I think that the thing is, yes, live streaming, sure. I think showing that you know what you're doing in public is going to be yes, but I also think you showing how you use AI in this time period, in this period of time that we're in, like in the next 3 years, it's going to be like, yeah, you got to show that you know how to use AI and how your work process is. And so right now, like what we're doing is we're showing, hey, I'm being very transparent. Yes, the script was generated with AI. No shit. That's not even the thing, right? I spent the last 2 months building a brand operating system where I used Notion AI and ChatGPT to generate the right prompts, to do prompt engineering and everything. No shit. Okay, that's not the secret sauce here. What I think is the secret sauce is in showing our thinking process of how we're doing things and showing our behind the scenes work, and showing how we can help people ideate on their purpose. I think that's what's going to be the thing for us, for what we're specifically doing. Because what we want to show is how we use AI to enhance us, not replace us. Okay, we want to show like how do we use technology to help us do what we have to do to fulfill our dharma, to fulfill our purpose. And I think that's the thing that we're trying to show with the live streams. With the long form, it's like you're just basically like you're helping people remember, right? This would have been very valuable content 6-7 years ago, but it's not the same way. It's not like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know how to explain that, but it's not the same way today. So that opportunity is gone. But showing like how you think and showing how you think in systems, showing how you build, showing how the entire process, I think that's going to be very valuable, right? And how you stay like emotionally regulated and calm and centered, even when things don't go your way. I think that's going to be more valuable to show and to document on camera. So anyway, having said that, what we're going to do is we're going to do this one by one. Okay. We have here the teleprompter. Okay. Yeah. This is where we're going to change roles now. All right. So you're going to come over here. Do you want your chair here or do you want this chair?
No.
Okay. Now the way that this was going to work. I don't know if you need water, but it's going to be here. I'm going to cut my mic off in a bit, but here is what we want to do for right now. You have your teleprompter. I'm going to copy the script. I'm going to go into this app. Okay, good. You look good. You look smart. Okay. All right, yes. And from here, I'm going to need the prompter is on. Do you see the crosshairs? Do you see like if you look at the prompter, do you see the crosshairs in there? There's like a blue box thing. All right, good. And now we got here prompter. Okay. Now, how do I do this for you? All right. So this is our workflow, right? So in case we need to watch this live stream over again, this is the workflow. The workflow is we already have the brand operating system. I spent the last 2 months doing that. That's fine. Now I have taken this script for the life purpose of a shaman. Okay. That's clearly, this is it. Okay. And we've already done the entire 10 videos, the first 10 videos in a batch. So we already know that. Done. Now the next thing is we go here to the prompter. And what we're going to do is we're going to read this. Okay. Now, yeah, we're going to have to just, I'm not going to explain to you like how to do it because you just might forget. So what you're going to do is you're going to read, okay? When you see these little sections over here, like this is the hook. What you want to do is you want to just read it. Just read here. The life purpose of a shaman is to bring someone back into balance, da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Okay? By the end of this video, da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Across, you don't want to read this necessarily, okay? We don't want to read context, story, and setup, okay? We want to read these points.
Yeah.
Okay? What exactly is a shaman? Shaman is often referred to da 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 da. What is the life purpose of a shaman?
So this I'm gonna read. There are a few points, like the first, which is hook. I'm not gonna mention that. The second one, promise. I'm not gonna mention that. Scroll down. Context, story setup. I'm not gonna mention that. Scroll down, but I'm gonna mention perhaps what exactly is a shaman.
You know what?
I could.
You know what? Let's make it easy on ourselves. Please just read the whole thing because it's gonna help me actually in editing. Okay? It's gonna help me.
I should read hook. I should read promise.
Yeah. And what I want you to do is I want you to put up a number finger. So number 1, hook. Okay?
Okay.
So number 1, hook. And then put your hands down. And then the life purpose of a shaman. Don't read dash. Okay? Just read the life purpose of a shaman is to help bring someone back into balance, body, mind, and spirit, etc., etc., etc. 2, in front of the camera, promise. By the end of this video, you understand what a shaman truly is. 3, because in that way, what I can do is I can quickly look at your hands in post-production. I can edit it, and I can do all the edits that I need to do very quickly, much faster. Okay, so that's what's going to be helpful. And let's see what else here. Yeah, I'm gonna start recording. So let's do a test run, okay? I need you to adjust your camera however you need to. So do that now.
This one.
Yes.
I think it's fine.
Okay, now remember as well, the microphone has to be positioned. So make sure you got the positioning on the microphone.
Are people gonna see my belly and everything?
Yeah. So you want to make sure you got your legs closed and all that stuff. And okay. That's why I said move the camera either closer to you, because if you move it closer to you, you can still be at that distance. Do you want the Mother Mary in there? Do you know what I'm saying? Like figure out how you want to have everything set up.
I think that's fine.
Okay, because remember, this is the A row. We're going to record it all in bulk. You can move it even more towards the wall, or whatever. So you figure out how that works for you. No, you don't want it like that. You want it more like that. Yeah, more towards the other way. Okay, fine. Cool. Look straight. Sit up as straight as you can. Push the camera back a little more.
How's that?
Sit up straight. Look at the camera. Sit up straight. Is that you straight?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Do you like it?
Yeah.
All right. So now I'm going to cut off my mic. Okay, now the next and final thing too is the foot pedal. Okay? The foot pedal. The foot pedal right here?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So this button right here is to make it go down. Do you see the prompter going down?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Press the middle button to stop it. What's happening right now? Is it playing?
Yeah, it stopped.
Okay. So, that plays it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Stop it.
This is for play and stop.
Yeah, it's the middle button. But remember, look at your foot. Look at your foot. If you press both buttons, there's 3 buttons. There's the left button, the middle button, which is the biggest one, and then the right button.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, hold the left button and look at the screen. Okay? That's how that works.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, stop. That's how that works, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Press the play button in the middle. Okay, that's how that works. Press it again. Okay, now hold the right button. And let it go. That's how that works, okay?
Okay, this one goes up.
So get a feel for it now.
This one goes down. Okay.
Got it?
Yeah.
Okay. You can bring the foot pedal closer to you. There you go. Is that good?
Yeah.
Now remember, you want to be focusing your eyes more on the blue box, okay?
Mm-hmm.
All right. And okay. Go from the top. So scroll all the way up. Which means you have to hold your foot down, yeah. Okay. I don't know if you need to do a voice warm up or anything like this.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, mama, yeah, 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 mama. To do your voice warm up, do whatever you got to do, and you let me know when you're ready to record. And we start recording in bulk, all right? So we're gonna do one take. There's not gonna be 2 takes.
Okay. Ready.
Remember, eyes always here.
Yes.
Okay, don't look anywhere else. Eyes always there.
Yes.
All right. You're gonna also say the title of the video. This is the life purpose of a shaman. Okay.
And that's what I'm gonna start with.
Yeah. Start with the title of the video. The life purpose of a shaman. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. Now let's record this. I'll tell you when to start.
The life purpose of a shaman. Hook. The life purpose of a shaman is to help bring someone back into balance and harmony in body, mind, and spirit through deep relationship with nature, community, and the unseen, the spirit world. If the word shaman pulls you in, it might not mean that you need a title. It might just mean that you are needing healing, truth, and a more meaningful, purposeful life. Promise. By the end of this video, you will understand what a shaman truly is, what gifts they hold, and who they are here to serve, and what the path of the shaman may reveal about your own purpose in this lifetime. And we will do it in a way that is respectful, because this is a very sacred role in many living traditions, not just a trend. Context, story, setup. Across many cultures around the world, when a community, people, consciousness was lost, sick, grieving, traumatized, or afraid, there was a common person that those people went to. Not for a quick fix, but for guidance, for healing, for direction, for meaning. Our modern world right now has doctors for the body, coaches, mentors that mainly work with the mind. But many people still feel a deeper kind of void and longing, disconnection. Disconnection from nature, disconnection from themselves, disconnection from the divine. God, Goddess, Source, infinite divine intelligence, and from their own soul. And that is why the shamanic archetype keeps showing up in people's hearts, in people's lives, in people's visions. 4. What exactly is a shaman? A shaman is often used as a general word, but different traditions have different names and meanings. So I'm not going to say that there is only one single definition, but in very simple terms, the archetype of a shaman is someone trained to help people move through spiritual and emotional initiations and crises, and to help people return to balance and inner peace and sense of meaning, clarity, and purpose. Shamans very commonly work in ceremony, ritual, prayer, with songs, with chanting, with musics, with instruments. They also work closely with sacred plants and the natural elements of fire, earth, water, air. Shamans are known to get people into altered higher states of consciousness. Many shamans serve to heal communities of many people. It is a sacred responsibility. 5. What is the life purpose of a shaman? The life purpose of a shaman is to restore harmony and balance where life has become fragmented and disconnected. They help a person face what they have buried, denied, and neglected within themselves, and to help them release what doesn't belong to them anymore and what needs clearing and shedding. Shamans help to guide people back to the part of themselves that is in wholeness. The shaman also acts like a bridge between worlds, between the seen and the unseen, the heavens and the earth, between the individual person and the larger community, between pain and the meaning behind pain and the deeper wisdoms behind pain. Ultimately, a shaman guides and leads people back to their internal freedom and to the dissolution of any and all forms of suffering. Six, what are the gifts of a shaman? Probably one of the greatest gifts a shaman holds is the deep sensitivity to energy, emotion, and the unseen patterns behind behavior. The ability to stay present around pain, chaotic energy, without flinching. Also the courage to go into the dark, to face darkness, so that someone doesn't have to go alone, and to alchemize the darkness. A deep relationship and connection with nature that feels alive and intelligent. Shamans generally have a gift for sacred symbols, dream meanings, and the hidden language of the psyche. And most of all, the gift of making healing possible on all levels of the human body, mind, soul, spirit. 7, who are they here to serve? Shamans, generally speaking, serve people who are in a transition phase in their lives. People who experience grief, people who are going through life initiations, people who feel spiritually lost, people who carry trauma, fear, or heaviness that they cannot explain or find relief from. Shamans work with communities that need cleansing, reconnection, and meaning. And in a more modern language, you could say that shamans, they serve the part of humanity that is ready to come back into wholeness and into a higher consciousness. 8, how do you know this path is calling you? I want to be very mindful here because feeling drawn to the word shaman does not necessarily mean that you should claim that sacred title immediately. But the path may be calling you if you feel deeply affected by suffering and you want to help liberate and relieve it and transcend the suffering. When you have been through your own darkness and you want to turn it into service and purpose, when you feel most alive in nature, silence, sacred rituals, and prayer, when you're drawn to healing work, but you know it requires humility and training, and you keep asking, how do I or how can I help people return back home to themselves? And a big and yet simple sign is you don't necessarily seek attention, but what is way more important to you is you seek truth. You seek to understand what is truth and what is illusion. 9. What does this reveal about your purpose? Even if you never walk a traditional shamanic path, the archetype of the shaman can still reveal something about you. It may mean that your purpose in this lifetime includes being a calm presence in chaos, helping people feel safe in their emotions, guiding someone through a hard season, bringing people back to nature's simplicity and meaning. And let me give you a next grounded step. You can ask yourself, who do I feel called to help and serve? And what kind of healing do I keep returning to? And then choose one small act of service this week that matches your answers. 10. Big insight climax. The deeper truth is this: the life purpose of a shaman is not a costume, a label, or an identity. It is a devotion to healing, to wholeness, to higher consciousness, to alignment with earth, with the divine, with nature. And as if this path resonates with you, it may be showing you something about how your own purpose wants to serve life and wants to serve the creation of life. Not through ego identity, but through humility, your higher divine presence, love, and real responsibility. 11. Final payoff. So the life purpose of a shaman is not only to talk to spirits or to be in ceremonies. It is to help restore balance on a deep level and guide people back to their soul, to their soul's knowing, their soul's wisdom, their soul's path. And if something inside of you woke up while hearing this today, that may be exactly the part of your own purpose, asking to be remembered, to be heard, to be seen. 12. Fortune cookie ending. Your gifts are not random. They are clues. 13. Soft CTA, call to action. If this path resonates with you, watch the next video on the life purpose of a healer. It may show you how your gift for helping others is meant to become a true service.
Just a couple of notes here. You do this thing with your face where it's very obvious, like you're having a hard time seeing the camera. I don't know if that's just my assumption or something. But if you need to use the glasses instead.
No, I can use the camera. I can see it.
Okay, because it looks like you're squinting and you're having difficulty seeing.
Also, should we turn the lights back on higher? while recording now? I mean these.
Yeah, those are at the
Oh, okay.
I don't know if that honestly makes a difference.
No, it doesn't. Maybe just a little bit.
Unless I do. Cool, but that looks really.
Nah.
Which one? White or cold? Or warm?
This one.
Warm. Yeah. All right. So, all right. So that's the life purpose of the shower. Just for again editing purposes, remember, you're just recording. You're just talking on the camera. I'm the one that has to now be recording it, unless you want to do the editing yourself. But I have to then edit all of this stuff. I have to look through this over and over again. So you make it easier for me when you do it in one take and you don't make mistakes, right? So you make it much easier for me, right? And what I would say is, when you're doing the like when you're doing this and you're saying the numbers, pause, right? So do 7, the title, and then break. So give yourself some pauses in there because I'm gonna edit it.
Okay.
Right?
Longer pauses.
Between sections.
Okay.
Yeah, when you're reading those little number 7 sections or whatever, those header sections. The other thing is when you're looking at the camera, I don't know if that's how you want to present yourself, but again, you kept complaining in the beginning about like putting your heart and soul into it. This is your opportunity to put your heart and soul into it. So it's up to you how you want to articulate that. So this is now your opportunity to do that. So you want to put your heart and soul into it? Okay, go roger that. Go for it. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So now the next thing is we're gonna do the next one. Okay.
Any more feedback from your side?
No, that's it. Other than that, it's good. Just pause between the sections and to make it easier for me to edit. And again, if you're reading these, like it keeps moving, it stays clean. It's up to you how you want to communicate.
Yeah.
Right. That's up to you. You got to figure out how you want to do that part now.
Mm-hmm.
Because how you record it this time is how it's gonna come out. So if it comes out monotone, that's not up to me. You know, that's up to you how you do that. So you gotta figure that out for yourself how you want to do that. All right. Whenever you're ready for the next one, you let me know. Remember, microphone next to your mouth, all that stuff. And this one is the life purpose of a healer. Okay, so remember, say the title, the life purpose of a healer, and then do the thing.
Okay. Ready?
No, are you ready? Where's your microphone? Yeah, you got to always remember that.
Ready. The life purpose of a healer. Hook. The life purpose of a healer is to help people return to wholeness without losing themselves in the pain. Wait, what? Without losing themselves in the pain they serve? That doesn't make any sense. Can we cut that out?
You mean edit the script?
Well, I don't understand what it means. Without losing themselves in the pain they serve. What does that mean?
That's up to you. I told you to read it. I told you to read the scripts.
Okay. Well, let's start again.
Go, do it again. Remember, again, this is why I also told you too. Don't just read blindly, like mechanically off of the prompter. You say again.
Yeah, but I need. Oh yeah. Okay. I'm gonna improvise.
So yeah, remember that's the thing here is we already talked about this. We already talked about. Hold on a second. We're gonna redo this. We already talked about the importance of. You mentioned the whole putting your heart and soul into it. Okay, well, what does that mean to you? Are you gonna put? Are you gonna do the scripts? Are you gonna do all that stuff? That's a lot of work. That is a lot of work to do the scripts and all that stuff. We're gonna do that. The next thing is the AI stuff. To answer the question about the prompt, that makes sense to me. The life purpose of a healer is to help people return to wholeness without losing themselves in the pain they serve. So that could be like, you're helping someone through their pain, but you don't want that, but the healer doesn't want to lose themselves in the pain that they're here to serve, alleviate.
Yeah. So there is a word missing here for me. Okay. Let me improvise then.
Okay. So, but again, that's up to you how you want to do it. And again, if you don't want to read through the script and do the edits yourself and do the thing yourself, then you gotta either improvise or just read it as is.
Okay.
Again.
The life purpose of a healer. Hook. The life purpose of a healer is to guide people back to wholeness without losing themselves in their pain that they're helping to alleviate. Some people think that healing means to save people or to carry everyone's burden or to always be the strong one for everyone. But that's not really the healer's path. There is much more to it. The healer's path is ultimately their presence. It starts with their presence. And a great love with healthy boundaries.
Stop right there. Pull the mic down just a little bit more so we can see your face. Make sure we see your face. Yeah, there we go.
If you have always been the person that people go to, if you feel everything very intensely and deeply, the path of the healer may be a mirror for you. Two, promise. By the end of this video, you will understand what a healer truly is, what gifts they carry, who they're here to serve, and what the path may reveal about your own life's purpose. We will also talk about probably the biggest trap that healers fall into. The trap that can turn their innate gift into burnout. 3. Context, story, setup. Across every culture and every era, people have looked for healers. Not just someone who fixes a symptom on the surface level, but someone who helps a person feel whole in body, mind, heart, and spirit, in their internal world and external world. Pain does not just live in one place. And when life gets heavy, people search for someone who can sit in the darkness without running away. A healer is like a steady fire in the room that emanates warmth. Many people who feel called to heal are also quietly collapsing internally. They're absorbing everyone's pain, and many of them are over-giving. And many don't even realize it. They think it is love. Four, what exactly is a healer? A healer is not a person who never struggles or who does not have challenges. A healer is a person who has learned how to be with pain without identifying or becoming it. A healer can listen without drowning. They can care without collapsing. They can hold space without turning into a sponge and absorbing everything. Healing can take on many different forms. It can look like a therapy. It can look like coaching. It can be a prayer. It can be medicine. It can come through touch, sacred plants, breath movement, words, sacred sound, music, art, community. The form changes, but the essence stays the same. The healer helps someone remember, I'm not broken. There is always a path through this. And you can come home to yourself again. And here is a key truth about the healer. A healer does not do the healing for someone. A healer helps create the conditions where healing becomes possible. A healer helps create the space, the environment, the safety, where the body can return to its own natural healing. Five, what is the life purpose of a healer? The life purpose of a healer is not to rescue or save people. It's to help people return to their own wholeness, to help them remember and step into their own power. A true healer can be compared with a clear and clean river. The river does not cling to what flows through it. It keeps moving, it keeps going. It stays clean, it stays connected to source, to nature. And the river always finds its way back to the greater ocean of oneness. If the healer tries to carry everyone's pain, the river becomes muddy and nothing can move. So the deeper purpose is transformation without self-abandonment. Service without sacrifice. The healer's life and purpose becomes a message. Pain can change you and transform you. It does not have to break you or destroy you. Six, what are the gifts of a healer? Healers usually have a few gifts in common. They're very empathic. They feel what others feel. They also notice and pick up what others hide and what others have buried, or what they try to avoid or not want to look at. Healers can sense what's under the words. They can read beneath and between the lines. They have patience with chaotic or messy emotions. They can usually stay very calm in moments where others may panic. And they usually have a very natural tenderness and gentleness. Not weakness, but it's actually a superpower. One of the biggest gifts of the healer is also their discernment. To know what belongs to them and what doesn't. To know what is theirs and to know what is others. To know when to help and when to step back. To also know the difference between compassion and rescuing. If you're watching this and thinking, I always know what someone needs, that can be a gift. But it has to be guided. Otherwise, it can become a trap. Who are they here to serve? Healers are here to serve people in transition. People who grieve. People who are in fear. People who go through shame. People who feel lost inside themselves. People who need nervous system recalibration. People who have become very disconnected from life and themselves. Sometimes the healer serves one person. Sometimes they serve an entire room. Sometimes they serve hundreds or thousands. Sometimes they serve through content, words, music, art. And sometimes they serve simply through presence. A healer shows up when someone is close to giving up. And they help them remember there is still much light and life within you. 8. How do you know this path is calling you? This path may be calling you if people naturally open up to you without you asking. You can sit with someone's pain and not judge them. And you feel a deep pull to ease and relieve suffering. You yourself have been through something hard and difficult. And it made you better, softer, not colder. You care about truth and not superficial appearances. You may feel depleted or drained after being around people because you can absorb more than you realize. You also may notice a pattern. You give, and then you disappear. If that is you, this is important because being sensitive does not mean you're meant to be a container for everyone. Sensitivity is a gift and a signal. It needs healthy boundaries to become really a potent gift. Nine, what does this reveal about your purpose? If the healer path resonates with you, it might be revealing something very simple. Your purpose is connected to your presence, to care, to service, to helping people feel safe enough to change and transform to the better. But it may also reveal a big, important lesson that you must learn. You're not here to earn love or recognition through sacrifice or overgiving. You're not here to prove your worth by carrying everyone's pain. And one grounded next step that we can give you is to choose one place you serve and one place where you rest. A heartfelt yes that is in congruence with your soul, and also a congruent no when you know it is a no. Because the healer who never rests can become resentful or numb or even sick themselves. It's all about being in alignment and balance yourself so that your service is sustainable. Ten, big insight climax. Here's the deeper truth. The life purpose of a healer is not just something they do, it's a way their soul serves life. It's how they are wired. And probably the real initiation of a healer is to set healthy boundaries. Not to be cold, not to be always distant or withdrawn, but to have healthy boundaries as devotion that serve them to live and stay in their highest energy so that they can give and serve from a full cup. Because when a healer stops abandoning themselves, their presence, their service, their purpose, their medicine becomes even more potent and cleaner. Their love becomes stronger, their presence more radiant. And people around them receive that. And they don't just feel help, but they feel empowered. And that they remember too that they can heal, and it is natural to heal. It is effortless to heal. (11) Final payoff. So the life purpose of a healer is not to only comfort the hurting. It is to be the clearest channel possible where pain can transform into something higher, into gold. Without the healer being consumed. To stand near the dark and keep a steady flame. And if this awakens something in you, that might be the part of your own purpose asking to be remembered. You do not have to carry everyone. You just have to stay true to yourself. (12) Fortune cookie ending. Your gift is not how much you can carry. Your gift is how clearly love can move through you. Soft call to action. If this awakens something in you, the next video is the life purpose of a light worker. It may help you understand why your light matters in this season of humanity and Earth.
Better feedback on the next one. You know, when you do the hand thing, right? Hand thing, pause, the thing, the section title, and then pause. But you don't have to space it out so long, right?
So short of pauses.
Yeah, just think pause. So pause. Think in your head, pause, and then hook, pause, and then speak.
Okay.
10, pause, section title, pause, and then speak.
Okay.
All right. The other thing too is again your eyes, right? Remember your eyes. I saw it. Sometimes you're like,
Oh yeah?
yeah, you're like looking here, right?
So you say just keep looking at the screen. You're saying I look away or what?
Not like 98% of the time you're looking at the camera, which is good. But again, it's up to you how you want to do it.
No, I mean you need to let me know like how you are perceiving me. I may not be aware of what I'm doing with my eyes.
So here's the thing. Less about the eyes. Eyes is fine. You know, just keep looking at the camera. You know, blink. Remember to blink. And then the other thing too is sometimes you do these things with your eyes. You expand your eyes and you like make these duck lips. You know, I don't know why you do that, but you do that when and it's very obvious you're reading from. I mean, it doesn't matter if you're reading from prompter or not. Like, duh, of course you are, because it sounds too perfect. It sounds too polished. The only thing is that when you're reading sentences, it depends on how you want to do it. But remember, like if you're watching your content, like how do you want to come off? How do you want your tone to come off? Do you want your tone to come off as like monotone, mechanical, or do you want it to come alive? Do you want it to be more energetic? Do you want it to be more conversational? Because depending on that tone, that's how you would want to speak. Like if we're having a conversation right now, we're having a conversation, so it sounds more conversational. It has more of a conversational tone and flow to it. But if you're there, I get it. You're reading from a prompter. Again, it's up to you how you want to define putting your heart and soul into it. I'm just making you aware of it, okay?
Mm-hmm.
There are times when you're reading your lines and you're like spacing it out so much where it's like it doesn't have that. I don't know how to say it.
When you mean space out, you mean I'm taking too long to say something?
Between words, you're taking very long. It's up to you if that's how you want to come off. That's fine. That's up to
You know me, I speak
I know you speak
much slower.
I know you speak much slower. Sure, that's up to you. I'm just saying, whenever you're reading an actual sentence of a line,
Yeah.
like if you were to say the dog went to go play outside.
You don't want this to be on the microphone?
No.
Okay.
So if you were to say the dog played on the microphone, that's gonna come off a little bit differently. Versus if you were to say the dog played on the microphone, the dog went outside. Versus the dog went outside to play. The dog went outside to play. It has a different tone, a different flow to it, right? That's how you're coming off. So it's up to you. Again, I'm not the expert. I'm not a teleprompter guy. I'm just sharing with you like how it comes off to me if I were to watch this.
Well, I would have to watch it myself to see how that went.
You just keep going. Just keep going, because you're gonna watch the playback regardless when it's all said and done, and you're gonna probably take notes as well on how you can improve, right? So this is the other thing too. Actually, this could be worth actually me.
Let me go to the toilet.
So what I was telling Hema here is, yeah, obviously no shit, she's reading from a prompter. Like, there you go. We got the prompter right over there. You see that? That's the prompter. Yeah, no shit. No shit. But that's not the point. But that's not the point of what I'm getting at here. What I'm telling her is, yeah, of course you're going to be reading from a prompter because you have like certain lines and shit. That's fine. What I'm trying to tell her is that, like, for me, I'm watching her, right? Because she wants to be seen and heard, and she wants to be the face of lifepurpose.com, right? I do more behind the scenes, the business stuff. My mindset is build a business to sell it, right? So I'm building a system, and I'm making sure that I step away from being operator as much as possible. So I'm phasing myself out as much as I can. And what I'm trying to tell her and what I'm trying to explain to her is that, so for you, like, what I can say is that you have, right, a pretty face, right? And you're more like manicure, right? You're more manicure. So for me, I'm like, I've got, messy hair, I've got the beard. I don't really care so much about how my physical appearance is.
You look beautiful.
I care about, being in physical shape or whatever. But in terms of like the manicure stuff, like that's you, right? You spend time in the bathroom pretty much every day, putting on your makeup, you put your hair, you do your thing and all that stuff, right? That's you. That's not me. So what I'm saying is you're the face of the brand for right now. You're the face, right? So you come off as more like aesthetic in that regard. But again, you have a specific style or a specific way of speaking. You speak more slow. I'm from New York City, so I speak more like fast, right? Because that's like the New Yorker vibe, right? You're from the countryside. You speak more slow. Fine. Use that in your advantage. That's fine. What I'm saying is, though, if you're trying to come off from a tone that is, let's say if your intended tone was to be more conversational in how you're trying to present these pieces of content.
How can I be conversational if it's more like a story that I'm reading?
But that's up to you to determine how you want to do that style. Because remember, this is not that part is not me. You mentioned many times before that you wanted to put your heart and soul into a piece of content. Well, that's very vague. That's incredibly vague because someone could be like, I'm putting my heart and soul into a piece of content and write the script, plan the idea, write the script. And even if you were to use AI to help you generate the script, you probably would edit line by line, like how much do you want to do of that process, right? And we've already been live streaming for almost 3 months without actually producing a good quality piece of content long form to actually build this library. So that's what I'm saying is like, you got to take that into consideration. You read the first hook. You read the first line of the hook. When I heard the entire, I didn't read the entire script, but when I heard you saying, I was like, oh, that's pretty good because that's actually pretty relevant and that's pretty accurate to a lot of people that I would think are healers. Mm-hmm. You've also mentioned that yourself. You also made that complaint yourself that like you don't know sometimes what's your energy, what's my energy, what's who Tooth Fairy's energy or whatever. So I felt like the script was fairly accurate. Would you disagree?
No.
Okay. So maybe the opening line was confusing for you because that's not how you would say it. Right?
Yeah, but that was pretty much the only thing. With the other things that could work.
Yeah, I don't know.
On the go.
And that's the thing too with the AI stuff. This is probably where now a new iteration will come out of this. But there was a for that hook, the opening line, the hook was more like a like poetic, like I guess. Mm-hmm. I don't know how to explain that, but it's more poetic. Like, would that be something that you would say? I don't know. But remember, that's also the same thing with TV. That's also the same thing with TV. And so what I'm saying here is the feedback on the A-roll that you just recorded. Better. Fine if you want to talk slow, but also just remember too, when you're saying sentences, like let's say if one of the scripts that you're reading was, the dog went outside to play. And depending on how your intended tone is, that's up to you to determine how your intended tone is. Depending on you on how you choose to put your heart and soul into the piece of content. I don't know. That's up to you. But you can read that many different ways from a script, from a teleprompter, right? So the monotone way could be like, the dog went outside to play. An excited way would be like, so the dog went outside to play. Versus reading it like blocky, like the dog went outside to play. Mm-hmm. So it depends on you on how your tone is and how you want that to come off.
Yeah.
But again, that's for you to decide because you said you want to put your heart and soul into it. So this is your opportunity to put your life, your air, your energy into the words that you're speaking. All right. That's for you. Mm-hmm. All right. I'm done talking. I got to use a toilet, but then when I come back, we're going to record the next one and the next one and the next one and the next one and the next one because we're going to record the A-roll. Mm-hmm. Okay. So, and I don't know if anyone is watch. I highly doubt anyone's watching. So, but if anyone had any feedback for Hema as well, I mean, this would be a good time to get the feedback. But otherwise, let me go back to Hema's camera. Do you have any feedback for yourself?
No, I would have to see my recording and then I could give myself a feedback.
Okay. Well, I would, again, remember, one of those videos is like 16, 20 minutes long.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So the last 2 recordings were about 15 minutes?
15, 20 minutes long. Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's how long I spoke.
Yeah.
It felt much shorter. It felt like 5 minutes.
So here, let's do one, just one. Hold on a second. Let's do. All right, we're actually screen share this so you can see.
Well, maybe it would be good for me to just see one recording so that I have a mirror.
Yeah.
Before we continue on.
Yeah. Oh, also too, you do this thing where your posture, like you keep sinking and bouncing.
Yeah, it's because of the ball. Then it may be better to get the chair.
Yeah. Okay, fine. But just remember too, like when you sit down, like it's up to you. Again, it's up to you how you want to
give me the chair is better. That was 21 minutes.
Yeah.
The life purpose of a healer.
I'm not gonna do the whole thing. I'm not gonna do the whole thing because we still got to get to recording. But this is.
I should definitely sit on a chair. I already see that.
But
the
again,
life purpose
it's not about to make this perfect. You know, let's not get distracted by this. I'm just letting you know more of like your energy and how you're coming off on camera.
Yeah.
Because again, you've mentioned before the whole thing about the heart and soul. Well, if you're used AI to help you generate your scripts or whatever, and you didn't build a brand operating system, I did the entire process. Then where's your heart and soul into this? Because anyone can record this. I can record this myself. So, you know what I'm saying? Like, so what would be the point of you then saying, I want to put my heart and soul into a piece of content, and then you're speaking like super flat? Like,
do you think I speak super flat?
But that's me. Again, that's me. You're definitely, that's the thing though. You have to play to your strengths. You're not iShowSpeed, right? You're definitely not that person, right? So don't pretend to be that person.
I'm not pretending to be anything.
Exactly.
I'm just being me.
Exactly. So if that's who you want to be, if that's how you want to be here, then that's fine. But what I'm saying is like, listen to some of how you're speaking from the teleprompter so you can understand this.
Well, maybe that is the whole thing where because I'm reading a script that didn't come from me, maybe that's why it sounds that way.
That's up to you. But again, if you want to go through the whole process of writing your own script for this, you remember, in the AI era, we're able to have AI research all the topic, create the script for everything. If you were to do this yourself, it's going to take you at least 8 hours to just do the research, then do the script. You know what I mean? So it's a real process. It's a real process. So just keep that in mind.
I want the videos to be mirrored if possible, but that's just a side note. Please continue.
Mirrored? What does this mean?
Like to be flipped.
What do you mean? Like horizontal? Like?
Never mind. Is to guide people back to wholeness without losing.
And also too, notice how like the mic is like more here covering your face. That's why I told you to lower it down just a little bit.
Themselves in their pain that they're helping to alleviate. Some people think that healing means to save people or to carry everyone's burden or to always be the strong one for everyone. But that's not really the healer's path. There's much more to it. The healer's path is ultimately their presence It starts with their presence. And a great love with healthy boundaries. If you have always been the person that people go to, if you feel everything very intensely and deeply, the path of the healer may be a mirror for you. Two, promise. By the end of this video, you will understand what a healer truly is, what gifts they carry, who they're here to serve, and what the path may reveal about your own life's purpose. We will also talk about probably the biggest trap that healers fall into. The trap that can turn their innate gift into burnout. Three, context, story, setup. Across every culture and every era, people have looked for healers. Well, yeah, I can do it much faster. Not just someone who fixes a symptom.
No. That's also the other thing too. Like, I only want you to do what you feel is right for you. Because again, remember, it's so subjective.
Yeah.
Content is incredibly subjective. But this is pretty much like how it is, you know?
Mm-hmm.
That's up to you how you want to do it. I'm just making you aware of little points.
Yes.
All right. The main thing though is, if let's say you make a mistake, I got to go back and edit that. Right. So again, remember how, I guess what's the worst way I'm trying to say here? Like, in terms of the production, okay? These are going to be evergreen pieces of content. Yes, it's important to have a certain level of quality. We don't want to worry about being perfect, air quotes, because there's no such thing. These are little things that no one is going to give a shit about. It's up to you what you care about. It's up to you how you want to come off and what you want to say and the tone, the energy, or whatever. Okay? Because I remember you saying, I want to put your heart and soul into it. I don't know what that means. That's up to you to figure out. If you're not going to go through the process of researching the topic, researching the career field, possibly even interviewing people and asking them about their purpose, then writing the script based on that, because I'm not going to do that for you, then you got to improvise here, whatever that means to you. And I don't know what that means to you. I do not know. So if you're going to come off on camera when I'm thinking you're saying I'm going to put my heart and soul into it, and you're reading off the script the way that you are, that's up to you how you're trying to do it. I'm just making you aware of that, okay? Otherwise, yeah, we're going to continue recording the A-roll. Now, just remember again, give yourself the pause between sections, right? So not like a long pause, but give yourself a pause between the sections. And when you're reading the sentences, it's up to you how fast or how slow you want to go. I'm not going to tell you what to do with that. That's up to you. Some people may really enjoy that slow pace. All right. So that's fine. That's up to you. Otherwise, I'm done. And
Let's change seats, please.
Yeah, you want to use this chair? Yeah. Good, because I hate this chair. No offense, chair.
That's a strong word. That's better.
Oh, that's so much better. Okay, cool.
Yeah, the reason why I'm really slowing it down is because in case I need to improv, you know.
Yeah.
So I'm slowing it down for that reason mainly.
Yeah, no problem. Again, it's up to you how you choose to do it. All right, let's go to the next process, to the next thing, okay?
Mm-hmm. Mm. Okay. Let's go. Mm-hmm. Yeah, please.
I'm gonna leave. I'll come back. Just let me know when you're done, okay?
Okay.
So I'm just gonna do my thing here.
Oh yeah, you don't necessarily need to be around while I'm recording.
No. So just tell me and I'll come back, okay?
Okay.
So I'm gonna leave here so that way there's no disturbance and you just
The life purpose of a light worker. It's not going. There is no script showing up. I'm pressing up and down. There's nothing happening. Yes. Okay. Thanks. The life purpose of a light worker. Hook. The life purpose of a light worker is to bring great love into darkness without denying that darkness exists. Not by being positive all the time, not by floating above pain, but by becoming the person who can face what is heavy and from there still choose truth, kindness, service. And if that line resonated with you, you might be feeling a part of your own purpose waking up and coming to life. Promise 2. By the end of this video, you will understand what a light worker is, what gifts they hold, who they are here to serve, and what this path may reveal about your own purpose. And I will give you one simple, grounded next step that you can take, so this does not stay as a pure concept in your head. Three, context, story, setup. The word light worker is pretty much everywhere now. For some people, it is a beautiful word. For other people, it may feel cringe because it can sound like a badge. But here's the deeper truth. Most people don't look for words like light worker when life is easy. They look for it when they feel something. The pain of the world, the heaviness in people, the tightness in the chest, the sense that something is off, and a quiet feeling. I am here for a reason. A lot of people feel very sensitive. They can feel and sense other people's emotions. They feel sadness behind someone's smile. They can feel the tension in a room. And they don't just want to escape or run from it. They want to help. They want to bring hope. They want to bring healing. They want to lighten up the energy. But sometimes they don't know how to do that without burning out or pretending that they're fine. So this video is not about giving you a label. It is about giving you a language, a mirror, and a grounded way to understand what light work actually is. 4. What exactly is a light worker? A light worker is not a perfect person. A light worker is a person whose presence makes darkness feel less final and concrete. It is someone who brings love, clarity, peace, courage, truth, and illumination into places where people feel lost, disconnected, and stuck. Sometimes that looks spiritual. Sometimes it looks very ordinary. It can be the very friend who sits with you when you're falling apart, the teacher who believes in you when you don't, the artist who puts hope into a song or painting, the healer who helps you feel safe again, the leader who brings integrity into a broken system. Lightwork is not one single job. It is a way of being, living, and serving. And this is an important line. A lightworker is not someone who avoids the shadows. A lightworker is someone who can walk through the shadow without becoming it. 5. What is the life purpose of a light worker? The life purpose of a light worker is not to escape darkness. It is to bring the light of their presence and their being into dark places in a way that is very true and authentic and real to them. It's not a mask. It's not like the saying, good vibes only. It's love that has been tested and challenged. It's peace that has faced fear. It's truth that can be spoken. A light worker is here to remind people you're not broken, you're not alone. The season is not the end of your story and life. And the deeper mission is this: to raise consciousness, not by pretending that everything is fine, but by becoming really honest, grounded and loving in the middle of what is not fine. Think of it like this. Imagine a dark city at night. One person is walking with a lantern. They're not yelling at the darkness. They're not denying it. They're just walking forward. And wherever they walk, other people can see a little more clearly. That is light work. Six. What are the gifts of a light worker? Light workers usually have a few gifts that show up again and again. Gift number one is their sensitivity. You notice what other people ignore or pretend not to exist. You feel what's underneath the surface. It can sometimes feel like a burden. But it is deeper wisdom, deeper information being revealed. Gift number two, their compassion. You don't just understand pain, you care, and your care is real and genuine. Gift number three, truth without cruelty. A mature light worker can tell the truth without trying to dominate or control. Gift number four, hope. Not fake hope, but the kind of hope that says, yes, this is hard and you can still make it through and you will come out better. Gift number five, presence. People feel calmer around you. They can find their own center again. Not because you are perfect, but because you're honest, because you're centered yourself. And your nervous system is not lying. One more gift that matters. You have learned how to hold your own shadow and alchemize it. Because you know that if you can't hold your own pain, you will try to fix everyone else's pain. And that's where burnout begins. 7. Who are they here to serve? Light workers are here to serve people in dark seasons, in the so-called dark nights of the soul. That can mean grief, anxiety, depression, heartbreak, addiction, shame, confusion, loss of meaning. But they're not here to save anyone. They're not here to carry the burdens of the world. They serve people who feel disconnected from God, disconnected from their own worth, disconnected from purpose. Sometimes the service is direct through healing, coaching, teaching, mentoring. Sometimes it's very indirect, through building something beautiful, creating art, creating safe spaces, creating messages that help people remember. The point is, light work in its highest expression is true service to the greater good of all, Otherwise, it can become an ego identity. Eight. How do you know this path is calling you? This is a mirror, not a diagnosis. But this path may be calling you if you often feel the pain of the world and you can't unsee it. You feel responsible to bring goodness into places that feel cold. And you have been through darkness, and part of you wants to turn it into something useful, something of gold. You feel a pull towards healing, truth, spirituality, and service, but you don't want to be fake. You don't just want to be the positive one. You want to be real. And another sign, you get exhausted from pretending that everything is okay, because your soul knows your light is not meant to be a performance. Your light is meant to be embodied in truth, in authenticity. And here's the big one. You are also learning boundaries, because immature light work is people pleasing. Mature light work is love with a spine. Nine. What does this reveal about your purpose? If you resonated with this, your purpose may be pointing towards one thing: being a person who brings more light into places you actually live. Not the whole world, your relationships, your work, your voice, your art, your community. And the most grounded question is not, am I a light worker? The most grounded question is, where is life asking me to bring more light? And one simple next step is to choose one place in your life that feels heavy and bring one honest act of love and light there this week. Not a big performance, just one real, genuine act. Maybe a conversation, a healthy boundary, a kind message, a piece of art, a decision that moves you closer to truth. Ten. Big insight climax. Here's the deeper truth most people miss. The life purpose of a light worker is not just something they do. It's a way their soul serves the greater good of life. And it's proven in the places where light is needed most. If you only feel loving when everything is easy, that's not really light work. Light work is when life is hard and you still choose love. Not love as a smile, but love is truth, love is courage, love is grounded service. And if this path resonates with you, it may be showing you something about your own purpose. You're not here to escape the world, but you're here to help bring it back to life. Eleven. Final payoff. So the life purpose of a light worker is not only to bring quote unquote good vibes. It is to become a steady light in places of our everyday lives, to face darkness without becoming it, to hold pain without turning cold, to bring hope without lying or pretending. And if something in you woke up while listening to this, that may be the part of your own purpose asking to be remembered. "12. Fortune cookie ending. Your light is not here to deny the darkness. Your light is here to help others see their way through it. 13. Soft CTA. If this felt connected to your path, watch the life purpose of an intuitive next. It may reveal how your inner knowing is trying to guide your life's purpose. Finished. Yeah.
It sounded more flowy.
It did, yeah. I'm also more comfortable on this chair. I feel more grounded in this chair. And you maybe being out there helps as well, because I don't feel like constantly watched or observed. And
Leave.
while I record, that may be helpful. And the glasses, they're easier on my eyes.
Okay, cool. So let's do that. That's like what, a few minutes each?
This one was probably shorter than the first two. Fortune cookie ending.
Let's make sure that I'm recorded good. 18 minutes. Good.
The life purpose of a light work.
Okay, this one is the life purpose of an intuitive. And again, remember, just whenever you're ready, just say the life purpose of an intuitive. I'm going to start recording, so it doesn't matter. I'm going to edit it and post. But you just say the life purpose of an intuitive. And do me a favor as well, when you're ready, put your hand towards the camera so that way I can just easily see in the post production. Right? So put your hand to the camera and then put it down, and then the life purpose of a intuitive. Right?
Okay.
I'll be out here in the hallway.
Yeah.
Let me know.
The life purpose of an intuitive. Hook. The life purpose of an intuitive is to help people hear the truth they have been ignoring inside themselves. Not to necessarily predict the future or to impress anyone, not to know everything or pretend to know everything. A genuine intuitive is a person who can feel what is real beneath the surface and beneath the noises. And if you've ever felt something before you could explain it, This might be a mirror for you. 2. Promise. By the end of this video, you will understand what an intuitive truly is, what gifts they carry, who they are here to serve, and what this path may reveal about your own purpose. And I will give you one simple way to tell the difference between intuition and fear. 3. Context, story, setup. Most people think intuition is a special power, a vision, a download. But for many people, intuition is much quieter than that. It's a small inner signal. A body yes, a body no. A calm innate knowing that does not need to shout loud. The challenge is we live in a world that rewards loud a lot. Loud opinions, loud pressure, loud urgency. So many times the quiet voice of truth and wisdom inside you gets buried. And when that quiet voice gets buried, people start living lives that don't fit, that are not in alignment with their true soul's essence. They stay in relationships that feel off. They say yes when their body says no. They chase a path that looks good but feels empty. An intuitive exists as a kind of inner translator, a person who can sense what is true before the world catches up to it. Not to control other people, but to bring people back to truth and honesty. Four, what exactly is an intuitive? An intuitive is someone who notices truth early. They often feel what is not being said. They can walk into a room and feel the mood. They can sense when someone's smile does not match their truth. They can feel when a yes is really a fear-based yes. Sometimes it is spiritual. Sometimes it is just a pattern recognition. The mind, the body, the senses are always collecting information. Tone of voice, micro-expressions, timing, consistency. Your nervous system sees patterns faster than your logic can explain. So intuition can feel like, I don't know why, I just know. But here's the key. A true intuitive is not the person with the most signs. A true intuitive is the person with the most discernment. 5. What is the life purpose of an intuitive? The life purpose of an intuitive is to restore inner truth and reveal inner truth, to help people come back to themselves, to help people stop abandoning what they already deep down know. Because many people don't need more advice, they need permission to trust the quiet truth that they already feel within themselves. The intuitive's purpose is not to become the new authority in someone else's life. It's the opposite. It's to help people hear their own authority, their own wisdom, their own knowing, and become a spokesperson to that. Think of it like this. Fear is usually a loud alarm. Ego can be a loud salesman. Pressure is like a loud crowd, but intuition is often a small light in the dark. And the intuitive is here to keep that light on. 6. What are the gifts of an intuitive? Gift 1. Sensitivity to what is true and real. They notice when words and energy don't match. They notice patterns. They notice timing. They notice when something is almost true but not fully true. Gift 2. The ability to pause. Many intuitives are forced sometimes to learn stillness, to return to stillness, and to embody stillness, because the signal is quiet. You cannot hear it when your life is in constant noise and when you are wrapped up in constant noise. Gift 3. Deep empathy. Not just feeling other people, but feeling the impact of choices. Feeling the cost of denial and feeling what happens when someone abandons themselves. Gift 4. Inner honesty. A mature intuitive becomes loyal to truth. Even when the truth is inconvenient. And this is why many intuitives go through a hard phase. Because they can confuse intuition with anxiety, or they confuse intuition with fantasy, or they confuse intuition with a strong desire. The real gift is learning the difference. 7. Who are they here to serve? Intuitives are here to serve people who feel disconnected from their own truth. People who are overwhelmed, people who are in transition, people who are about to make a big choice and cannot hear themselves. People who have been taught to doubt their own feelings and intuition. People who were told that they're too sensitive. People who learn to ignore their body and their body's wisdom to survive. The intuitive helps them return, not by taking over their life, but by holding up a mirror, by naming what's already present, and by asking the question no one is asking. What do you actually know is true for yourself? 8. How do you know this path is calling you? This path may be calling you if you often sense things very early, if your body reacts before your mind understands why, if you can feel when someone is not being honest, even if it looks like it. If you have a strong inner yes or no that shows up as peace or tension. If you've ignored your gut before and paid the price. If you've had moments where you knew the truth but talked yourself out of it. And if you hear this and think, I don't want to be special, I just want to be honest, that's a strong sign. Because this path is not about identity. It's about integrity. 9. What does this reveal about your purpose? If this resonated with you, your purpose may involve truth. It may involve clarity. It may involve guiding people back to themselves. Your purpose may be to create spaces where honesty is safe. It may be to build work that helps people to listen inward again. It may be to teach discernment or to create art that makes people feel what they have been avoiding. Here is one grounded next step. The next time you feel a signal, don't ask, what does this mean? Ask, what is the simplest truth here? And then watch what your body does. Intuition often feels simple, Fear often feels urgent and loud. 10. Big insight climax. The deeper truth is that the life purpose of an intuitive is not to be mystical necessarily. It's to be very clear, to become the kind of person who can be still and tell the difference between noise and truth, between distortion and truth. And if this path resonated with you, it may be showing you something about your own purpose that wants to move through you. Not through proving, but through alignment and honesty. And through the courage to live what you already know to be true for yourself. "11. Final payoff. So the life purpose of an intuitive is not only to sense what others miss or avoid, it is to help people come home to the truth inside of them. And if this awakens something in you, that may be the part of your own purpose asking to be remembered. Your gift is not a performance. It's a responsibility to your own integrity. 12. Fortune cookie ending. Your intuition is not the loudest voice, but it is the clearest one. 13. Soft call to action. If this path spoke to you, watch the life purpose of a mystic next. It may help you understand the deeper spiritual world your soul keeps reaching for. Finished. It just reminded me when I was younger and I was still when I was a toddler, I was always calling my mom or my dad when yes, and I said finished, and then they came to wipe my ass. That's what it just reminded me too.
I mean, you can do this yourself if you want to.
I mean, yeah, if you show me how.
It's just probably next time.
Okay.
Because then it's gonna waste time to do that. You know?
Yeah.
We want to be on a time schedule already to do stuff.
We have 10 altogether, right? Feel about your own purpose, and I will give you one simple way to tell the difference. Oh. The life purpose of a mystic. One, hook. The life purpose of a mystic is to bring the unseen truth into ordinary life, so the world becomes more conscious, more loving, more real. Most people think a mystic's purpose is to escape the world, but the real mystic does not disappear into the light. They return and they live what they touched. And if you have ever felt homesick for something that you can't explain, this may be your mirror. 2, promise. By the end of this video, you will understand what a mystic truly is, what gifts they carry, who they're here to serve, and what this path may reveal about your own purpose. And I will give you one simple way to integrate it, so this does not stay as a beautiful idea. 3, context, story, setup. Across history, people have searched for one thing: direct contact with what feels eternal and ultimate. God, source, truth, oneness, the heart of reality. Some people can't settle for second-hand answers. They want to touch it. And when they do, it changes them forever. The danger is that the experience can become a hiding place. Four, what exactly is a mystic? A mystic is someone drawn to direct experience of the divine or ultimate eternal reality. In different traditions, it can look different. It may be prayer, contemplation, meditation, silence, surrender, devotion, service, deep inner union. The point is not about the aesthetic. The point is contact. Not the belief about truth, but meeting truth, experiencing truth. And a real mystic is not measured by how strange the experience is. They're measured by what the experience turns and transforms them into. 5, what is the life purpose of a mystic? The life purpose of a mystic is not to leave the world. It's to return to the world with new eyes and a heightened, evolved state of consciousness. To bring the unseen into the seen. To make love more real. To make truth more livable. To bring peace into real conflict. The mystic becomes a bridge of heaven and earth through a human life. And the initiation is not the vision. The initiation is, can you live it in real life? 6. What are the gifts of a mystic? A mystic often carries a sensitivity to what's been beneath the surface. They can feel when something is not true, even if it looks perfect. They're drawn to silence, symbols, dreams, meaning, and inner guidance. They may have moments where they feel unity, awe, or deep peace. They might feel called to simplify life, to make space for what matters. But the gift is not about being spiritual. The gift is in bringing clarity and presence into the human form and the human world of form. 7. Who are they here to serve? Mystics are here to serve people who feel disconnected from meaning, people in spiritual crisis, people who feel lost inside their outer successes, people who are awakening but don't know how to live differently. And sometimes they serve without labels, by being the calm person in the room, the honest person in the room, the humble person who can hold pain without turning away. Their service is reminder. Life is sacred. People are not objects. Truth is what ultimately matters. 8. How do you know this path is calling you? This path may be calling you if you crave direct experience, not just concepts. If silence feels like home. If you have had moments where you felt something real and it changed you forever. If normal life sometimes feels too small, but you also feel the danger of escaping into the unseen. If you keep hearing the same quiet message inside, live it. Not post about it, not perform it, but live it. 9. What does this reveal about your purpose? If this resonated with you, here's the question. What truth are you being asked to embody? Maybe your purpose is not a job title. Maybe it's a way of being that changes the rooms that you walk into. Maybe your purpose is to turn peace into something practical, to turn love into healthy boundaries, or wisdom into service. Here's a grounded next step. Name the truth that you keep receiving. Then pick one small action this week that lives it and embodies it. 10. Big insight climax. The deeper truth is that the life purpose of a mystic is not just what they experience. It's what they become. Not how they rise, but how deeply they return. And if this path resonated with you, it may be showing you something simple. Your purpose is asking to be lived, not imagined. 11. Final payoff. So the life purpose of a mystic is not only to touch the unseen, it is to bring that unseen truth into the seen world, to let it move through your words, your relationships, your work, your choices. And if something in you woke up while listening, that might be the part of your purpose asking to be remembered. 12. Fortune cookie ending. The highest calling is not to leave the world. It's to light it up. 13. Soft call to action. If this opens something in you, watch the life purpose of the new Earth star seeds next. It may help you understand why I've always felt connected to something beyond this world. Finished. Yes.
That was only 11 minutes. Depending on the time, this one may be the last one.
Yeah, I think let's do 2 more.
The new Earth star seeds. This is the life purpose of the new Earth star. Okay. The life purpose of the new Earth star seeds, okay?
Mm-hmm. Ready. The life purpose of the new Earth star seeds. Hook. The life purpose of the new Earth star seeds is to bring light into the dark soil of human life until that light becomes embodied, useful, and life-giving. Not to escape Earth, not to prove you're special, but to root something higher into the earth. Second, promise. By the end of this video, you will understand what a new Earth starseed truly is, what gifts they hold, who they are here to serve, and what this path may reveal about your own purpose. And I will give you one grounded next step that you can take this week. 3. Context, story, setup. Starseed is an archetype some people resonate with. Some people take it literally, like souls from the stars. Others take it symbolically, like a person who feels different and is mission-driven. Either way, the deeper question is the same. Why would you feel called to something bigger, but also feel so heavy sometimes being here on Earth? Here's the reframe that can change everything. A starseed is not just someone who came from the stars. A starseed is someone who was planted into the earth. And seeds do not grow by avoiding the soil. Seeds grow by entering into the darkness of the soil and then to crack open for new life. Four, what exactly is a new earth starseed? In most starseed teachings, a starseed is a soul who feels they originate from other realms of the star systems. They often feel very sensitive, empathic, and different, and may have very advanced gifts and abilities and superpowers. Many starseeds may feel homesick for a place that they cannot fully put a name on. And they often feel a great mission to help humanity awaken and to raise consciousness. But if we only stop there, this can become a fantasy identity. The deeper way to understand it is this. A new earth starseed is someone whose inner compass is tuned to a more loving, truthful, conscious, awake way of living and being. They can feel what is old earth in the world. And they can also feel what is beyond it, beyond the earth, beyond the world. The gift is not only vision, the gift is embodiment. 6. What is the life purpose of a new earth starseed? The life purpose of a new earth starseed is not to float above humanity. It's to bring the higher realms of consciousness into the most humane places, into your body, your relationships, your work, your choices, when nobody is watching. A seed carries powerful life inside it, but the life stays trapped until the seed is put under pressure. The darkness doesn't mean the seed failed. The darkness is the soil that makes cracking open possible. So if you have felt buried, that might not be punishment. It may just be your planting. And your mission is to let the light in you become real on the earth for the new earth, not as a vibe, as service, as integrity, as grounded love. Seven, what are the gifts of a new earth starseed? Their sensitivity. You feel energy fast. You pick up what others ignore. Your vision. You can imagine a better world before others can see it. Your compassion. You care deeply, sometimes too deeply. Pattern recognition. You can sense what is false, what's empty, what's misaligned. A longing for truth. You don't just want comfort and security, you want meaning. And a quiet inner knowing that you're here for something greater. 8. Who are they here to serve? You're here to serve people who feel stuck in fear, numbness, or meaninglessness. People who feel disconnected from themselves. People who have forgotten that life is sacred. But your service is not to save anyone. Your service is to live the example. To be a voice that chooses truth over performance. To be a creator who builds something life-giving for the new earth. Sometimes your service is quiet. A kind presence, a boundary, a conversation that brings someone back to themselves. Sometimes your service is visible through teaching, healing, creating, leading, and building. 8. Why is a new earth starseed needed for the new earth? The new earth is not a place we wait for. It is a reality that we consciously engage in and build and live by. And it grows through people who embody a different way of being and living and leading. As humanity changes, this path matters because people need examples of choosing truth over fear, choosing devotion over distraction, choosing service over status, choosing love over superiority. The new earth needs grounded people, not perfect people, people who can bring the higher consciousness into the daily lives, into systems, into community, into daily, everyday life of ordinary people. 9. How do you know this path is calling you? You may feel like you don't belong here sometimes. You might feel homesick for something you can't explain. You may feel sensitive to noise, crowds, chaos. You may always have felt different, even when you try to fit in. You may feel grief when you look at the world, but also hope. Like you can sense what the world could become. And you have visions of a new earth that represent heaven on earth. You may feel a deep pull towards healing, truth, creativity, service. And you may notice this pattern. The more you try to escape earth, the more stuck you can feel. And the more you choose embodiment, the more alive you become. 9. What does this reveal about your own purpose? If this path resonated with you, it may be showing you something simple. Your purpose isn't only to understand reality. Your purpose is to live differently inside it. Here's a grounded reflection. Where is your soil right now? The hard season, the pressure, the place you wish you could avoid. What would it look like to plant your light there? Not with perfection, but with one honest step, one act of service, one aligned choice, one creation you ship, one conversation you stop avoiding. Ten. Big insight climax. The deeper truth is that the life purpose of a new earth starseed is not to escape the darkness. It is to become light inside it. Because that's how a seed becomes a tree. That's how a calling becomes a life. And if this resonated with you, it may not be proof that you are special or extraordinary. It may just be proof that your purpose wants to become embodied. Not someday, but here and now. 11. So the life purpose of a new earth starseed is not only to awaken spiritually, it is to root that awakening into the earth, through service, integrity, and grounded love and presence. And if you have felt buried in a hard season, you may not be off path. You may be in the exact soil that your purpose needs to blossom and to realize itself. 12. Fortune cookie ending. You were not buried, you were planted for the new earth. Remember, starseed. 13. Soft call to action. If this reminded you of who you are, watch the life purpose of a spiritual entrepreneur next. It may show you how your purpose can become real world service. Finished. Wow, there's so much light for the eyes. Yeah, that one's the last one for today.
Last one.
Yeah, the spiritual entrepreneur. How many more are after that?
3. The life purpose of a spiritual entrepreneur, okay?
Yeah, just letting you know that there is no more number. There are no more numbers at the hook and.
Just okay. Just say the thing out.
Okay.
The life purpose of a spiritual entrepreneur, okay?
Mm-hmm. Ready. Hook. The life purpose of a spiritual entrepreneur is to turn business into a clean vessel for sacred service, divine service, truth, and aligned abundance. If you have ever felt called to help people, but felt weird about charging money, this video is for you. Because the deeper test is not, can you make money? The deeper test is, can you grow without losing your soul? Promise. By the end of this video, you will understand what a spiritual entrepreneur truly is, what gifts they carry, who they are here to serve, and what this path may reveal about your own purpose. And I will give you one simple way to check if your business is staying clean as it grows. Context, story, setup. There are people who feel a real call to serve from a very high consciousness, to heal, to teach, to guide, to create. But many times, the moment where money enters the room, everything gets confusing for them. Some people think spiritual work should be free. Others people turn spirituality into a sales machine. Both paths can pull you away from the truth. So a spiritual entrepreneur is not just building a business. They're standing between two worlds, the sacred, the divine, and the practical and the earthly, the soul and the marketplace. And the question becomes simple. Can you build something real and still stay clean inside? What exactly is a spiritual entrepreneur? A spiritual entrepreneur is someone who builds a business around service, deeper meaning, and a higher calling. They might be a coach, healer, teacher, creator, artist, mentor, or guide, but the important part is not the job title. The important part is the intention behind it. They're trying to create value that truly helps people. Not just selling a lifestyle, not just perform quote unquote high vibes, not just chase money or status or fame, but a spiritual entrepreneur is someone who wants their work to be an expression of their soul's essence and their highest consciousness. And they want their income to represent that. What is the life purpose of a spiritual entrepreneur? The surface purpose is simple: to build offers, products, and experiences that serve people and that help people and that fill a need that people have for people's highest transformation in one way or another. To bring healing, clarity, beauty, truth, or guidance and leadership into the world where it is needed. But the deeper purpose is this: they're here to heal the misperceived split between money and spirit, because money is not bad. Money can be like pressure. It can show you what is unhealed. It can bring up guilt, fear, people-pleasing, scarcity, ego, and the need to be seen as special. So the spiritual entrepreneur's purpose is not just to make money with spirituality and their higher divine alignment, but it is about purification. Can your work stay true as it becomes successful? What are the gifts of a spiritual entrepreneur? One great gift is vision. They can feel what the world needs before the world can name it. They can see what the world and humanity needs before the world can name it. Another gift is their sensitivity. They can sense when something is off, when an offer is not in integrity or in alignment, when a message is not honest or truthful. Another great gift is leadership, higher consciousness leadership, higher consciousness stewardship. And they can hold people through real transformative changes. Not just hype, not just information, but real consciousness transformation. And one of their biggest gifts is integration. They can bring the sacred, the higher consciousness into the practical and real life tangible experiences and way of being and living. And they can make the invisible and the spiritual concepts very practical, very usable. Who are they here to serve? Mainly they are here to serve people who feel stuck, lost, or disconnected. People who want healing, clarity, and truth. People who are tired of fake success, empty marketing. People who want a life that feels aligned to their heart and to their soul. And they also serve people who are building, people who want to turn their gifts into a soul-aligned business, a soul-aligned work. They do not want to be manipulative. They don't want to just perform. They don't want to lose integrity. Why is a spiritual entrepreneur needed for the new earth? As humanity evolves, as the collective consciousness rises, humanity is awakening. All the old earth business models start to feel really outdated, really empty, and really meaningless. The old models are built on exploitation, extraction, pressure, competition, comparison, greed, and more and more and more. The new earth has a different model, a model rooted in service, integrity, honesty, beauty, reciprocity, real value, higher consciousness, and integrity for the greatest and highest good of all that is. A spiritual entrepreneur helps prove something important. You can build prosperity while serving your divine calling, while serving your connection to spirit, to God, Goddess. You can create income without turning people into numbers, without being transactional. You can run a sacred business that still feels like truth to your soul and to your essence. How do you know this path is calling you? This path may be calling you if you feel a deep need to do work that truly matters and that is in alignment with your soul's wisdom. And if you feel guilty about charging, but you also know you can't keep abandoning yourself, if you want to grow, but you're scared of becoming someone you don't respect anymore, you might notice that you care about the energy behind your work, the frequency behind the work, the intention behind the work, not just the outcomes, not just revenue, not just numbers. You want your business to feel clean in your body. And you might feel this question follow you around. How do I serve people and still receive? What does this reveal about your purpose? If this path resonates with you, your purpose might not be a sole job. Your purpose may be a bridge. You may be here to bring spirit into places where spirit was forgotten, to bring truth into systems that have rewarded performance only, to bring your service into spaces that became solely transactional. And a simple next step is this. Ask yourself, What would it look like for my work to be fully in integrity and clean and in full authenticity to my soul's knowing? Not perfect, but clean, honest, aligned. Big insight, climax. The deeper truth is that the life purpose of a spiritual entrepreneur is not to sell spirituality. It's not to fake spirituality. It's to build a business clean enough for spirit to move through it. And here is the test. Not a business test, a soul test. Can you sell without corruption, without manipulating? Can you lead without pretending you are above people? Can you receive and give without guilt? Can you serve without self-abandoning? Can you grow without performing? If you can do that, your business becomes more than just a strategy. It becomes a vessel for the divine to work through, for the divine to work its miracles and its transformation for humanity, for the new earth, and for the highest evolution of all life, and for those that you intend to serve. Final payoff. So the life purpose of a spiritual entrepreneur is not only to build offers and to make income. It is to heal the split between money and spirit, and to prove that profit and purpose don't have to fight each other. To build something that serves people and stays true. If this path awakens something in you, that may be the part of your own purpose asking to be remembered. Fortune cookie ending. Your business is not here to replace your soul. It's here to reveal it. Soft call to action. If this path resonated with you, watch the life purpose of a conscious creator next. It may help you see how your voice, message, and creativity can become part of your true mission. Ready?
Done? You go back to your spot, I go back to my spot, and we recap, okay?
It's the last day of May.
Can you put the... There we go. All right, let's recap this. Okay. All right, so how did it go?
I think it went well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, let me actually do something here. I gotta put the spiritual entrepreneur, right? That was the last one you just did?
Yeah.
Okay. Let me update the titles. Okay. So we just did the life purpose of a shaman, healer, light worker, intuitive, mystic, new earth star seed, spiritual entrepreneur, right?
Mm-hmm.
Cool. All right. So what did you get out of the experience today? What did you learn?
I learned how to use the prompter.
Okay. Anything else?
No,
Nothing. You learned nothing else.
I don't know. Can't say right now.
Nothing about like YouTube shorts, why we're doing the strategy that we're doing, how we're executing things. Nothing.
Well, that would just be repetitive to repeat that.
Okay. Do you understand why we're doing what we're doing?
Yeah.
Okay. Tell me one more time. Why are we doing shorts? Why are we doing long? Why are we doing everything the way that we're doing it?
We're doing the shorts to create, because the shorts are the most popular and we want to get traction with the shorts to the channel.
Shorts are for discovery, yeah.
And we're creating the long forms, which I started to record today. And from these long forms, we're going to create a bunch of shorts.
Mm-hmm.
And to lead people from the shorts to the long form and then eventually to the website.
Yes.
And yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And so right now at this stage, what we have to do is we have to reestablish trust, right? Trust can easily get broken when you don't show up for a while, right? So again, I probably should have just not given you this channel. I should have probably just kept this channel under my name, kept all the videos, and then had you restart your own thing, because that probably would have been significantly better. But here we are. So we just recorded the A-roll. We recorded the A-roll in bulk. You were using the teleprompter, okay, which is not a secret. There's no secret to using a teleprompter. And the reason why we're using the teleprompter is, again, because we need to be very efficient with our messaging. We need to be efficient with our messaging. Is it to say like, oh, we're just, copying whatever? No, it's us showing and demonstrating that for anyone that has a purpose, you're very likely going to need to create content for it online in some capacity. So what we're trying to show here is that, for example, you've got the people in the group, in that personal branding group thing, right? How many of them are actually creating content?
I don't know.
Right, exactly.
Well, Jennifer does.
No names. What I'm saying is, of the people that are creating, are in this thing to create a personal brand, right? That's the whole purpose of this group, right? Is create a personal brand, right? Using your offering, using your services, your tools, whatever, your gifts. How many of those people are actually creating content right now versus waiting until the end of the thing to create content? Get what I'm saying? Even one of the people that says, "Oh, I have this Instagram," and they gave us their Instagram or whatever, how many pieces of content are they creating? You get what I'm saying? So this is important to highlight and to note, because just because you're saying you want to build a personal brand or you want to build a business doesn't mean you're actually doing it. We have to be honest with ourselves of what we're actually doing, right? And so when it comes to creating the Life Purpose of series, that's not building a business. That's an element to it because that's content and marketing, but that's not actually building the business. That's not actually generating revenue. Okay. There's a huge difference between all that stuff. Right. Now, of course, don't get me wrong. You can have, some people can have 1 million subscribers and they don't monetize it. Some people could have 10 subscribers and they monetize it. None of that matters, but it also does matter, ironically enough. I think what we're trying to show here is that regardless of whoever's career it is, what we are needing to show is that we have the competency to help them ideate on their purpose, help them use AI in such a way that they don't come up with the excuse, well, I don't know what to talk about, because that is absolute trash. That is a trash excuse. And there's something underneath that. And we use the emotional regulation, we use the belief clearing work, we use all the stuff that we've learned over the years in the internal state genre, I guess, so to speak, in that field. We use all of that to say, okay, well, why are you making these excuses to not create content? Because come on now. You use AI, you can use AI to create a whole bunch of content. That's a fucking excuse. And even still, I'm going to keep bringing this up for a reason, not to like criticize you. I'm going to keep bringing this up for a reason to really emphasize that point. You have been saying in the beginning, you're going to read from you were criticizing me at first, like, because you're going to read from a teleprompter, but that's not you in your own words. And that's, you're not putting your heart and soul into the beat. Yeah, motherfucker. Of course I'm not. Of course I'm not. Because that has nothing to do with building an actual fucking business. Of course not. What I'm trying to do, though, is I'm trying to prepare a message that's going to speak to my audience's language. That's why I'm creating the piece of content. And I'm trying to show them that I know how to speak their language. That's what I'm trying to show here. But I'm not going to waste my time putting my heart and soul into a piece of content. So when you criticize me before I don't want to say criticize me, but when you said before, like, oh, you're not putting your heart and soul into the piece of content. Yeah, of course I'm not. Of course not. Because this is not content that I own. This is YouTube's content. Once I upload the thing to YouTube, it is not my content. It is YouTube's content. It is social media's content. And they can take down my channel at any time. I am not married to these platforms. There is no loyalty from my side, especially if they're not going to be loyal to me. If they're not going to, you know what I'm saying? Like, if they're not going to try to make it good for me, I don't give a fuck. And so we have to understand that. We have to understand that kind of relationship. Not to say come in with the relationship expectations of like, I'm just going to use you and this and this. No, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that at all. But what I am saying is, look, because I've been there. I have been there where I've taken my time to script videos, to outline videos, to plan videos, to do 8 hours of editing and all that stuff. And that got me nowhere. That got me zero. I had significantly better success with the last YouTube channel when I had no editing. It was completely low dopamine.
We already heard that so many times.
I already did it from the smartphone and all that stuff, okay? I already tell you, I already said that, right? I was already generating clients that were paying me $300 for a session, $2,000 for how to do the YouTube stuff at that time. So what I'm saying with this is today, the wrap up for today, the thing that we're trying to take away from today is that the content strategy that we're doing is intended to be as easy to generate as possible with the least amount of friction, okay? So that's why we're recording everything in bulk with the A-roll. That's why we're doing all the stuff that we're doing in this way, and we're locking in on one specific content format in this way. So expect to be doing this week in and week out to the point where it's like you don't even want to probably talk about this stuff anymore because like, oh my God, like we've talked, and again, you just told me right now, yes, we've heard this before 1 million times. Yes, sure, you've heard it, but not someone who has never heard of us, who've never seen our channel before, who's never seen livepurpose.com before. It's going to be completely new to them. And that's why you have to demonstrate competency. You have to assume, and this is another mistake that I've made. I assume that just because I was talking about the same thing, or I got tired of talking about the same thing, that my audience was too. Sometimes the people that find you are people that have never met you before, and it's all new to them. It's all new to them. So whatever you have to say, even if you say the same story for the 15th, 20th time, for someone it's going to be brand new, and they're not going to take the time to go back to your library of content. You got to understand that. You got to really understand that. So I'm using all of these things as reference experiences to redial that in case there is someone in the future that has never heard of that. You get what I'm saying? So today, what we had to do was we had to create the A-roll in bulk. The A-roll is now coming to the point where we're getting ready to be in public, right? And we're now going to schedule the auto drip or whatever. Your job right now is you're going to start thinking of, and this is going to be your homework, so write this down or make a note of this or whatever, but your homework is going to be to research shorts on YouTube, okay? You're going to research shorts on YouTube. And what you're going to do is you're going to research not what people are saying, okay? We don't care about what people are saying. We want to look at content formats that they're using right now that are relevant. Okay. Now, why do we want to do that? Why do we want to look at content formats?
You mean, for example, using a green screen as a content format?
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly. Or like a talking head, or us walking outside, or us eating lunch and we're making content. Why do we want to do that? We want to do this because YouTube, when it comes to social media, they do not want to see what is called mass-produced or repetitive content. Okay? So when your content is mass-produced or repetitive, what's going to happen? What's going to happen is you're not going to get the reach. Okay? And then that's when you have to space out. You have to give yourself like a cool-off period. I've seen this. So on this time around, again, from 2017 to 2020 versus 2026, the algorithms obviously have changed. So it's just about studying what's happening right now and then just getting back up to speed. And that's pretty much it. So, and you would have to do that for every single platform, but that's why we focus on YouTube first, because when you get enough traction, you actually build an actual business and you're actually getting clients, then you actually hire a team and then they do the rest of the work for you at scale, right? And you, at this stage with the AI, we don't need a team of 10 or whatever like I had projected, because now AI is going to be able to do a lot more. So you could have like a 1-person team, 2-person team, maybe 2 more people doing all that other stuff. So this time around, you study the content formats that are currently in trend, okay? There are certain content formats that are going to be evergreen. Around the time where I was doing YouTube, green screen was not necessarily a big thing. We can also do something called stop motion content format. Okay, stop motion. Stop motion is basically when you take pictures of yourself. I did this on the last YouTube channel for the channel intro. I had, after I took Iboga in Costa Rica, I did the "It's a me, Gabriel," and I remember this. You took pictures of me in Egypt where I was like staying a certain way, and then I was making these faces, and then I made the whole introduction for that channel that way. That's a stop motion type of content format. We can literally create content formats like that. That's stop motion. Green screen. You could do skits. We could do everything with that, right? Sitting outside, playing instruments, talking, conversation. This is all content formats, okay? It's all content formats that can be put in and recycled in such a way that it's not mass produced, okay? And it's not repetitive, because then YouTube is going to flag that and it's going to say, okay, this person's content is mass produced, it's mass formatted. So that's why we need to look at what's going on right now so we can get ideas. You had an idea yesterday that you told me about with doing a skit with the ego and the higher self thing. Right? I'm not going to plan that out for you. I'm not going to do that for you. So if you want to go ahead and put your heart and soul into it, go ahead. But I'm telling you right now, for shorts, if you don't know how to make a short go viral, do not expect that to get to more than a 1,000 views at best. And on top of that too, views, even still, that's also another lie too. Views and subscribers, all that stuff doesn't matter. And yet at the same time, it does matter. You know why? Because yes, you can have 1,000 views, but we already know that the views count for nothing on shorts. Someone can literally open up the YouTube app, see your thing, your face on it, and then swipe away in an instant. They never get to your call to action. They don't even fucking care. And that still counts as a view. So it does matter and it doesn't matter. So having said that, however the YouTube algorithm is right now, again, I don't know. But what I do know is if really it comes down to volume, and if it comes down to make content that people want to watch, then, and if we are not the type of people that like to interact with people physically and like to fucking be a social butterflies, then we're going to have a problem here if we don't fucking think about this, right? If we're not trying to actually be pop culture and relevant, and we're really just focusing on a small handful of people to help them with their purpose, then we probably going to need a lot of content that we can just think of that can hopefully appeal to the right audience for us. And that's again where you created the cohorts, because the cohorts are telling you this is the type of content this is the type of person you're trying to attract. That's the type of way you're going to speak. And that's why we engineered the scripts the way that we did, is because the scripts have been engineered for that specific type of cohort. Mm-hmm. Okay. We're not creating content for people that are in the hood. You know what I'm saying? Like, we're not speaking in that way. We're not speaking, certain buzzwords that like a Gen Alpha would say, like peak or fucking ratio or whatever the fuck. We're very dialed into a specific cohort's language. So you're going to have to create skits or shorts that re-emphasize that cohort's language, because you're going to drive traffic from the shorts to the long form. And what you're going to do is you're going to look at what's there on the market, what's currently there, what's currently in trend. And you're going to figure out like what are certain content pieces that you want to like hit on for the life purpose of a shaman. And what we're going to do is we're going to reemphasize this point with ChatGPT, and ChatGPT can give us an outline of what to talk about, but it's going to be up to you now to fill in with how the content format should look. So once again, I emphasize this because you are saying put your heart and soul into it. You're not putting your heart and soul into it. Yes, for sure, I am not ever going to put my heart and soul into it, because that is not my objective. I'm not here to be a content creator. I am an investor. I am building a fucking business that I'm selling in the future. Completely different mindset. I'm helping you as my client. Completely different. So for me, my thing is to study and to build the system for you so you can execute it. So if you want to put your heart and soul into it, great. By all means, do that. But don't be surprised, like I told you, and you've seen this for yourself, if you put out like, if you take a week to build a piece of content and then you actually produce it finally, and then the next thing you know, it doesn't get a certain amount of views and no one likes it. It doesn't move the needle for you in any meaningful way, because you're very disconnected from people. I just have to be really honest about this. You do not, like if it came down to you being up here on the mountain versus you going to a party, you're going to be up here on the mountain in isolation, I think, any day of the week. So your interest in actually hanging out and being social is very little. And same thing for me, right? But we have a shared interest in helping people fulfill their purpose because we're interested and we're invested in a new earth, the new earth concept. So you're going to have to create a lot of content then that could appeal to a wide audience until you start narrowing in on who the audience is that's resonating with you. And just because you did that one TikTok video with you tapping or whatever, try doing that again and again and again on a consistent basis and proving that you know what you're doing. You don't. And you're not going to know what you're doing until you actually see the whole thing coming together in a large sample size. That's why you need a large sample size. That's why we need volume. So the idea of putting your heart and soul into it could be very time consuming is what I'm getting at. And I'm not playing that game. I'm playing the game of volume and looking at what the data is telling me and then doing my best to replicate it because again, I don't know. And if we're not getting paid for it, you know what I'm saying? Like if you're not getting paid for it, whatever, and you just constantly do this as a hamster wheel, you can have 150,000 subscribers and still not have anything to show for it. Okay. So you did the A-roll today, which is great. We're going to do the shorts next. And after you record the next final batches of A-roll, we're going to work on video number 1, Life Purpose of Shaman. We're going to edit it. Okay. It's not going to be one of those, hey, oh, I want this image. I want this image. I want it cut this way. No. If you want that, then by all means, I give you the keyboard and you edit it yourself, but I'm not a video editor and you shouldn't be either. You are a business owner. You are an investor. You are not a video editor. That should be the mindset always. Okay. So we're going to make this as clean as possible. Mm-hmm. And from there, your emphasis and your energy is going to go towards creating shorts at scale, lots of volume, which means not mass produced, not repetitive in the way that YouTube would flag it. And you create your shorts in such a way that it basically takes little tiny micro concepts from the long form video. It's in the short and it links back to the long form. Okay. And we're going to have to test that and see if that theory works. Because I don't know. I'm telling you from what I am thinking, from what I'm observing. I'm not watching someone say it's going to work or whatever. I don't know. I'm just putting this together from what I'm observing and let's see how that goes. All right. Same thing with the last YouTube channel. There's this one niche, you execute it. Okay, fine. But then that traps you in. So this is why we have to do iterations and we have to figure out what's going to work. Okay, any questions? All right. Anything else you want to say? Okay, done.